Will the House come to order? Mr. Clerk, please call the roll.
Mr. Alcos, Ms. Amato, Ms. Bellotti, Mr. Chun, Ms. Cochran, Mr. Evslin, Mr. Garcia, Mr. Garrett, Mr. Gedeon, Ms. Grandinetti, Ms. Hartsfield, Mr. Hashem, Mr. Hussey, Ms. Ichiyama, Mr. Iligan, Ms. Iwamoto, Ms. Kahaloa, Ms. Capella, Ms. Kohokapu Liloy, Mr. Kila, Ms. Kitagawa, Mr. Kong, Mr. Kush, Ms. Lachika, Mr. Lee, Ms. Lowen, Ms. Martin, Mr. Matayoshi, Ms. Matsumoto, Mr. Miyake, Ms. Morikawa, Mr. Muraoka, Mr. Olds, Ms. Peruso, Mr. Pirrick, Ms. Poepoe, Mr. Quinlan, Mr. Ratcliffe, Ms. Reyes-Oda, Mr. Sayama, Mr. Shimizu, Ms. Souza, Mr. Takeyama, Ms. Takenouchi, Mr. Tam, Mr. Tarnas, Ms. Templo, Mr. Todd, Mr. Woodson, Mr. Yamashita. Madam Speaker.
Here.
Madam Speaker, all 51 members are present.
Item number 2, reading of the journal. Representative Morikawa.
Madam Speaker, may this matter be deferred.
So ordered. Item number 3, messages from the governor. Mr. Clerk, are there any messages from the governor?
Madam Speaker, there are none.
Item number 4, Senate communications. Mr. Clerk, are there any Senate communications?
Yes, Madam Speaker, if you and the members will turn your attention to the addendum to today's order of the day. We are in receipt of a communication informing the House that the Senate has passed the noted House and Senate bills on final reading. We are in further receipt of communications informing the House that the Senate has adopted the noted Senate concurrent resolutions. We are also in receipt of a communication informing the House that the Senate has reconsidered action in disagreeing with the amendments proposed by the House and has moved to agree to the amendments to the noted Senate concurrent resolution. Finally, we are in receipt of communications informing the House that the Senate has made changes to conferees to the noted House and Senate bills.
Members, are there any introductions? Representative Matayoshi.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. In the gallery today, we have Jason Bradshaw, who is a former intern with me at Senator Daniel Akaka's office and is now a fierce advocate for education. And sitting next to him is Millie, who I'm sure you all recognize from testimony, also doing a great job helping HST and helping to advance our teachers. Welcome to your House of Representatives.
Vice Speaker Ichiyama.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Today I have the pleasure of introducing my legislative aide, Jen Elizondo. Please rise. Welcome to your House of Representatives. Thank you.
Representative Chun.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I see in the gallery today staff and volunteers from the American Cancer Society Cancer Action Network. Just want to welcome you to the House of Representatives.
Representative Kahaloa.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. In the gallery today, we have members representing the Office of Hawaiian Affairs, including Trustee Brickwood Galuteria. If you could rise if you're representing OHA this morning. Thank you for being here today and welcome to your House of Representatives.
Representative Iwamoto.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I'd like to recognize and welcome two amazing advocates and activists, Kat Brady and Henry Curtis. Please rise and welcome back to your House of Representatives.
If there are no further introductions, recess, subject to the call of the chair. Will the House come to order? We're on order of the day. Members, please refer to supplemental calendar number 1. As you know, the Senate President and I waived the Friday midnight deadline for the filing of committee reports and conference drafts for certain measures which were agreed upon in public on Friday evening. I wanted to take this opportunity to explain the procedural reasons why these reports and proposed drafts were not listed on Friday night and the reasons why the President and I waived the deadline. In November of 2025, the Senate President and I prepared the legislative timetable setting May 1st, 2025 as the last day to file fiscal bills for constitutional decking purposes prior to final reading. In April of this year, the President and I signed the Joint Conference Committee procedures that provided, in paragraph 11C, that all conference committee reports for fiscal bills must be filed by 11:30 p.m. on Friday, May 1st. However, several conference committees, even though they had reached agreement on the substance of their measures, did not have the time to prepare and adequately review the conference reports and final form of the conference drafts prior to the 11:30 p.m. deadline. The President and I exercised our powers under Rule 13 of the Conference Committee procedures to grant an exception to this deadline for these measures which were agreed upon in public. We allowed them to be filed with the respective clerk's offices by midnight, but 2 bills could still not meet this deadline. We then granted an additional exception to allow these 2 bills to be filed between midnight and 12:05 a.m. on Saturday, May 2nd. The President and I felt that since the conferences had reached timely agreement on their bills, allowing these measures to die based on an internal filing deadline was not in the best interests of the people of Hawaii. Rather, we felt it important to exercise the discretion that the procedures gave us to waive that deadline and ensure that drafting agencies had time to properly prepare reports and drafts, and chairs had adequate time to review them before filing them for final decking. When facing similar situations in the past, previous legislatures followed the same procedures we are following with these measures. The conference reports and conference drafts for the measures received by 12:05 a.m. on Saturday, May 2nd, are listed in today's supplemental order of the day. These measures will receive the required 48-hour notice of final form as required by the Constitution and will be before this chamber for final reading on Friday, May 8th. Floor amendments. Members, we're back on the regular order of the day. We will first take up a few measures out of order. Please turn to page 24 and refer to CCR number 43-26. Representative Morikawa.
Madam Speaker, I move to suspend the rules of the House in order to consider certain House and Senate bills for final reading by consent calendar.
Representative Garcia.
Madam Speaker, I second the motion.
Any questions? Members, we will be taking a voice vote. All those in favor signify by saying aye. All those opposed say no. The motion is carried. Representative Kahaloa.
Madam Speaker, I move to adopt Conference Committee Report number 43-26 as listed on page 24 and that the accompanied Senate bill as amended pass final reading.
Representative Morikawa.
Madam Speaker, I second the motion.
Representative Eslin.
Madam Speaker, I have a floor amendment to offer.
Mr. Clerk, have copies of the floor amendment been distributed to the members?
Yes, Madam Speaker, copies of floor amendment number 3 have been distributed.
Representative Eslin.
Madam Speaker, I move to adopt the floor amendment.
Representative Morikawa.
Madam Speaker, I second the motion.
Any discussion on the proposed floor amendment? Representative Eslin.
In support.
Please proceed.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. The CD1 in front of us on this bill extends the sunset for the DERF Equity Pilot Program. There's a current statutory limit of $10 million that can be utilized from DERF for the pilot program. This proposed amendment in front of us would raise the ceiling to $20 million, giving HHFTC an additional $10 million to put towards the program. This is vital to ensure that the highly successful DERF Equity Pilot Program can continue to be funded with this extension of the sunset. Thank you.
Members, we are going to take a voice vote. Vote aye if you are in favor of the floor amendment. Vote no if you are opposed to the floor amendment. All those in favor, say aye. Those opposed, say no. The floor amendment has been adopted. Members, please note the 48-hour notice for this measure. Members, please turn to page 25 and refer to CCR number 50-26. Representative Kahaloa.
Madam Speaker, I move to adopt Conference Committee Report number 50-26 as listed on page 25, and that the accompanying House bill, as amended, pass final reading.
Representative Morikawa.
Madam Speaker, I second the motion.
Representative Chun.
Madam Speaker, I have a floor amendment to offer.
Mr. Clerk, have copies of the floor amendment been distributed to the members?
Yes, Madam Speaker, copies of floor amendment number 4 have been distributed.
Representative Chun.
Madam Speaker, I move to adopt the floor amendment.
Representative Morikawa.
Madam Speaker, I second the motion.
Any discussion on the proposed floor amendment? Representative Chun.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. In support.
Please proceed.
So, Madam Speaker, this floor amendment just makes clear that in the event of an outbreak of a known disease, the meat donation pilot established by this measure will not continue until the outbreak is resolved as determined by the Department of Agriculture and Biosecurity. For these reasons, I urge everyone to support the floor amendment. Thank you.
Members, we will be taking a voice vote. Vote aye if you are in favor of the floor amendment. Vote no if you are opposed to the floor amendment. All those in favor, say aye. Those opposed, say no. The floor amendment has been adopted. Members, please note the 48-hour notice for this measure. Members, please turn to page 27 and refer to CCR number 63-26. Representative Kahaloa.
Madam Speaker, I move to adopt Conference Committee Report number 63-26 as listed on page 27, and the accompanying House bill, as amended, pass final reading.
Representative Morikawa.
Madam Speaker, I second the motion.
Representative Templo.
Madam Speaker, I have a floor amendment to offer.
Mr. Clerk, have copies of the floor amendment been distributed to members?
Yes, Madam Speaker, copies of floor amendment number 5 have been distributed.
Representative Templo.
Madam Speaker, I move to adopt the floor amendment.
Representative Morikawa.
Madam Speaker, I second the motion.
Any discussion on the proposed floor amendment? Representative Templo.
Madam Speaker, in support.
Please proceed.
Before you is a floor amendment for HB 1753, the Hawaii Social Media Data Deletion Act, which extends the effective date from upon approval to July 1st, 2027. This amendment provides social media platforms with additional time to develop and implement the internal systems necessary to ensure user accounts and personal data are deleted in a verified and timely manner. It will also allow additional time to further refine and narrow the definition of social media platform, which in its current form may be overly broad. I respectfully ask for your support. Mahalo.
Members, we are going to take a voice vote. Vote aye if you are in favor of the floor amendment. Vote no if you are opposed to the floor amendment. All those in favor, say aye. Those opposed, say no. The motion has been adopted. Members, please note the 48-hour notice for this measure. Please turn to page 29 and refer to CCR number 73-26. Representative Kahaloa.
Madam Speaker, I move to adopt Conference Committee Report number 73-26 as listed on page 29, and that the accompanied Senate bill, as amended, pass final reading.
Representative Morikawa.
Madam Speaker, I second the motion.
Representative Chun.
Madam Speaker, I have a floor amendment to offer.
Mr. Clerk, have copies of the floor amendment been distributed to members?
Yes, Madam Speaker, copies of floor amendment number 6 have been distributed.
Representative Chun.
Madam Speaker, I move to adopt the floor amendment.
Representative Morikawa.
Madam Speaker, I second the motion.
Any discussion on the proposed floor amendment? Representative Chun.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. In support.
Please proceed.
Madam Speaker, this floor amendment clarifies that this measure applies except for real property owned in a county with a population of more than 125,000 but less than 195,000 and certain public lands.
Members, we are going to take a voice vote. Vote aye if you are in favor of the floor amendment. Vote no if you are opposed to the floor amendment. All those in favor say aye. Those opposed say no. The floor amendment has been adopted. Members, please note the 48-hour notice for this measure. Now, please turn to page 31 and refer to CCR number 88-26. Representative Kahaloa.
Madam Speaker, I move to adopt Conference Committee Report number 88-26 as listed on page 31 and that the accompanied House bill as amended pass final reading.
Representative Morikawa.
Madam Speaker, I second the motion.
Representative Hashem.
Madam Speaker, I have a floor amendment to offer.
Mr. Clerk, have copies of the floor amendment been distributed to the members?
Yes, Madam Speaker, copies of floor amendment number 7 have been distributed.
Representative Hashem.
Madam Speaker, I move to adopt the floor amendment.
Representative Morikawa.
Madam Speaker, I second the motion.
Any discussion on the proposed floor amendment? Representative Hashem.
Madam Speaker, the floor amendment is a very simple floor amendment which just adds a sunset of July 30, 2030 to the underlying bill.
Members, we are going to take a voice vote. Vote aye if you are in favor of the floor amendment. Vote no if you are opposed to the floor amendment. All those in favor say aye. Those opposed say no. The floor amendment has been adopted. Members, please note the 48-hour notice for this measure. Please turn to page 34 and refer to CCR number 114-26. Representative Kahaloa.
Madam Speaker, I move to adopt Conference Committee Report number 114-26 as listed on page 34 and that the accompanied Senate bill as amended pass final reading.
Representative Morikawa.
Madam Speaker, I second the motion.
Representative Todd.
Madam Speaker, I have a floor amendment to offer.
Mr. Clerk, have copies of the floor amendment been distributed to the members?
Yes, Madam Speaker, copies of floor amendment number 8 have been distributed.
Representative Todd.
Madam Speaker, I move to adopt the floor amendment.
Representative Morikawa.
Madam Speaker, I second the motion.
Any discussion on the proposed floor amendment?
Yes, Madam Speaker. This amendment would just be, in support. This
Please
amendment is
proceed.
just clarifying in nature and does not make any substantive changes, just making sure that the Department of Taxation is comfortable that the language is not contradictory within the bill. Thank you.
Members, we will be taking a voice vote. Vote aye if you are in favor of the floor amendment. Vote no if you are opposed to the floor amendment. All those in favor say aye. Those opposed say no. The floor amendment has been adopted. Members, please note the 48-hour notice for this measure. Please turn to page 38 and refer to CCR number 140-26. Representative Kahaloa.
Madam Speaker, I move to adopt Conference Committee Report number 140-26 as listed on page 38 and the accompanied House bill as amended pass final reading.
Representative Morikawa.
Madam Speaker, I second the motion.
Representative Todd.
Madam Speaker, I have a floor amendment to offer.
Mr. Clerk, have copies of the floor amendment been distributed to the members?
Yes, Madam Speaker, copies of floor amendment number 9 have been distributed.
Representative Todd.
Madam Speaker, I move to adopt the floor amendment.
Representative Morikawa.
Madam Speaker, I second the motion.
Any discussion on the proposed floor amendment? Representative Todd.
Thank you. In support.
Please proceed.
This floor amendment would provide some language for the appropriation to the Major Disaster Fund that if it's not expended, it would lapse back to the general fund on June 30th, 2027. And it would also add some guardrails and reporting. This language has been vetted by the administration and they are comfortable with these requirements. Thank you.
Members, we are going to take a voice vote. Vote aye if you are in favor of the floor amendment. Vote no if you are opposed to the floor amendment. All those in favor, say aye. Those opposed, say no. The floor amendment has been adopted. Members, please note the 48-hour notice for this measure. Please turn to page 50 and refer to CCR number 217-26. Representative Kahaloa.
Madam Speaker, I move to adopt Conference Committee Report number 217-26 as listed on page 50, and that the accompanied Senate bill as amended pass final reading.
Representative Morikawa.
Madam Speaker, I second the motion.
Representative Hashem.
Madam Speaker, I have a floor amendment to offer.
Mr. Clerk, have copies of the floor amendment been distributed to members?
Yes, Madam Speaker, copies of floor amendment number 12 have been distributed.
Representative Hashem.
Madam Speaker, I move to adopt the floor amendment.
Representative Morikawa.
Madam Speaker, I second the motion.
Any discussion on the proposed floor amendment?
Madam Speaker, I stand in support.
Please proceed.
So the floor amendment is to just correct some drafting errors that we had in the original CD. The intent of the bill is still the same.
Members, we are going to take a voice vote. Vote aye if you are in favor of the floor amendment. Vote no if you are opposed to the floor amendment. All those in favor, say aye. Those opposed, say no. The floor amendment has been adopted. Members, please note the 48-hour notice for this measure. Please turn to page 53 and refer to CCR number 238-26. Representative Kahaloa.
Madam Speaker, I move to adopt Conference Committee Report number 238-26 as listed on page 53, and that the accompanied Senate bill as amended pass final reading.
Representative Morikawa.
Madam Speaker, I second the motion.
Representative Matayoshi.
Madam Speaker, I have a floor amendment to offer.
Mr. Clerk, have copies of the floor amendment been distributed to the members?
Yes, Madam Speaker, copies of floor amendment number 11 have been distributed.
Representative Matayoshi.
Madam Speaker, I move to adopt the floor amendment.
Representative Morikawa.
Madam Speaker, I second the motion.
Any discussion on the proposed floor amendment? Representative Matayoshi.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. In support.
Please proceed.
Madam Speaker, as you know, the House inserted a fail-safe provision into this bill. The provision has two parts. One of them is if the court strikes down a certain provision in the bill, the fail-safe will trigger. Another allowed the Attorney General to determine if the provision was unenforceable, then the fail-safe would also trigger. After speaking with the current and former AG and a number of other legal scholars in the field, we've determined that we want to leave in the court fail-safe but remove the AG fail-safe. We also bolster some of the language, making it very clear that the court, if it makes a decision, the federal district court, if it makes a decision like in the previous Yamada cases, the fail-safe will still trigger, and we are pushing back the effective date another 6 months to July 1st, 2027, to allow the next legislature to correct any unforeseen consequences that this bill might present.
Members, we will be Representative Souza.
Oh, Madam Speaker, thank you. I rise in support of the floor amendment.
Please proceed.
Thank you. I would usually just defer to my colleague who is offering the floor amendment and his remarks in support, but I think this measure is too important to not make the record absolutely clear, especially as this measure moves forward. So I do rise in support. And the current language in SB 2471 SD2 HD2 CD1 granting the Attorney General authority to invalidate a law on constitutional grounds should be removed because it fundamentally disrupts the balance of powers. Determining the constitutionality of a law is the role of the judiciary, not an executive branch official. This concern is not limited to a single provision. It is embedded throughout the bill wherever foreign corporation is referenced. The bill repeatedly states if this subsection is held invalid for any reason by a court of competent jurisdiction or determined to be unenforceable in the opinion of the Attorney General, then Act blank, Session Laws of Hawaii 2026 shall be deemed invalid and have no force or effect. This language gives the Attorney General's opinion the same practical effect as a court ruling, allowing a single executive official to nullify an enacted law without judicial review. This is particularly problematic because constitutional interpretation is often unsettled and evolves over time. Reasonable legal minds frequently disagree. By inserting this language across multiple sections, the bill creates a standing mechanism for the Attorney General to act as a one-person constitutional arbiter, converting legal uncertainty into a unilateral decision and denying the courts the opportunity to issue a definitive ruling. There is already a well-established process to address unconstitutional laws, judicial review. Once enacted, laws can be challenged in court through a transparent adversarial process with checks and appeals. Injecting the Attorney General into this role after enactment is not only redundant, it is obstructive. Finally, concentrating this authority in a single executive office creates the potential for overreach. It undermines legislative independence and reduces accountability to the public who elect lawmakers, not the Attorney General, to make policy decisions. For these reasons, this language should be removed to preserve the separation of powers and maintain a fair, balanced lawmaking process. Instead, the language in the amendment before us today, floor amendment number 11, is better suited to achieve the objective desired. And I want to thank all of the community members who have been reaching out in support of this particular change. So mahalo, Madam Speaker, and my colleague from Kaneohe. Thank you.
Representative Matayoshi,
Still in support.
please proceed.
Thank you to the previous speaker. The purpose of inserting the AG in here was specifically to address a kind of case that already happened in Hawaii regarding election contributions. So in this case, the court issued an injunction for both the plaintiffs, but did not or refused to apply it generally, and the state of Hawaii itself decided to not enforce it. So in that case, we did not have a clear, definitive court ruling that this provision was unconstitutional or whatnot, but the state took it upon itself to refuse to stop enforcing it. So in that case, it was kind of analogous to the AG. Again, though, we have clarified the language in the bill through this floor amendment to make sure that if this situation happens per court order, the fail-safe will still trigger. So I don't think we need the AG language in there right now, but the reason we put it in was not to give the AG some sort of carte blanche power to do this. It was to address a specific situation that has already happened in the courts of the state of Hawaii, or the federal courts of the state of Hawaii, to address that problem. Thank you.
Members, we are going to, Representative
Thank
Souza.
you. Thank you, Speaker. I would like to acknowledge the words of the former Speaker and also just say that, in effect, the AG would have the authority to make this null and void, and it's highly unusual to insert this language. So thank you, and I stand on my words.
Members, we're going to take a voice.
Madam Speaker.
Representative Belatti,
Thank you. In support,
please proceed.
may I have the words of the representative from Makakilo and Kapolei adopted as if they were my own?
So ordered.
Brief remarks.
Please proceed.
Really brief. I really think that this session is going to be defined with a theme of how equal branches of government act and conduct ourselves, and that while I appreciate the intent of the attorney language, the Attorney General language, I think the removal of that is very wise, and that as we craft these kinds of clauses moving forward, that we really, really pay attention to the balance of powers, the separation of powers, and checks and balances. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Members, we are going to take a voice vote. Vote aye if you are in favor of the floor amendment. Vote no if you are opposed to the floor amendment. All those in favor, say aye. Those opposed, say no. The floor amendment has been adopted. Members, please note the 48-hour notice for this measure. Members, please turn to page 1. We will be taking up the state executive budget. Representative Kahaloa.
Madam Speaker, I move to adopt Conference Committee Report number 125-26 as listed on page 1, and that House Bill number 1800 HD1 SD1 CD1 as amended pass final reading.
Representative Morikawa.
Madam Speaker, I second the motion.
Any discussion on this item? Representative Todd.
Hi, in support.
Please proceed.
Sorry, Madam Speaker. Aloha. At the midpoint of our session back in March, I gave a 2 or 3 minute speech on the budget and described it as a work in progress in the wake of uncertainty. While we cannot be adequately prepared for every possible outcome, the budget before us today positions the state well to respond to both our present and future needs. Through our work with the Senate and the administration, we have crafted a budget that preserves our essential services, stabilizes our financial plan, and ensures the health and safety of our people. As this is the second year of our biennium, HB 1800 is a supplementary budget bill which tweaks the plan that was set forth last year. The Finance Committee staff has spent months digging into departmental budgets, oftentimes staying here late at night and on weekends, to make sure that no stone was left unturned. In the past, the budget has been described as a statement of values. With that in mind, this bill makes large investments in our social safety net, dedicating expanded resources for SNAP and Medicaid. It provides assistance for local farmers and small businesses, and protects and perpetuates our natural resources through the first set of appropriations for the green fee. In addition, while identifying areas where we can spend less without hurting government operations, we've made it a priority to have no cut to the Department of Hawaiian Homelands, and have dedicated over $35 million in direct appropriations and additional funding to reduce the waitlist and improve quality of life for homesteaders. When I last spoke on the budget and tax plan, I asked for patience and expressed confidence that we would find a way forward in spite of our challenging financial outlook. Today, we can present a budget and tax plan where middle-class families receive an even larger tax cut than what was promised in Act 46, essential services are secure and even expanded, and our financial plan is stable. Thank you to the Senate and administration for their partnership, and to both the majority and minority caucuses for their patience and understanding. We are all in this together, and the Finance Committee is looking forward to the work ahead. Mahalo.
Representative Shimizu.
In support with reservations.
Please proceed.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I'd like to acknowledge the Finance Chair, the committee, and all of his staff for the great effort. I want to acknowledge that. I can see the tremendous effort and thought that was put into this. Of course, as a minority caucus, we probably would have done some things a little differently, and that's the cause for reservation. But I want to acknowledge and mahalo the Finance Chair and committee, and also for taking the time to brief our minority caucus with his update. I think our caucus really appreciated that respect. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Representative Garcia.
With reservations, and I'd like to adopt the words of the previous speaker as my own.
So ordered. Representative Alcos.
Reservations, and I would like to enter comments into the journal.
So ordered. Representative Muraoka.
Reservations.
So ordered. Okay. Representative Morikawa for the vote. Oh, excuse me. Representative Cochran.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. And I really appreciate everyone's pretty much blood, sweat, tears, energy, effort into this difficult task of balancing this budget and making sure we try to please all the people all the time. But once we wrap our head around that, that'll never happen, then we can, live in our own skin moving forward. So I'm rising in support with reservations.
In support?
Yes. Well, in support with reservations.
Please proceed.
And with some brief comments, please. So, as I've notated all throughout this session in reference to the Kahale initiative, I still see proviso line items in this budget for $24.4 million for FY26 and $18 million for FY27. And despite the auditor's warnings that were presented to all of us here, so that is the primary reason for my reservations in voting this budget through at this time. So thank you for this opportunity. Again, thanks to everyone's efforts. Mahalo.
Representative Pirrick.
Thank you. And reservations.
Please proceed. Oh. So ordered. Representative Yamashita.
Thank you very much, Madam Speaker. In support.
Please proceed.
Yeah, may I enter comments into the journal?
So ordered.
Thank you.
If there are no further comments, Representative Morikawa for the vote.
Madam Speaker, on the measure before us, all majority members vote aye.
Representative Garcia.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. On the measure before us, all minority members vote aye.
Have all votes been cast? House Bill number 1800 HD1 SD1 CD1 passes final reading. Recess, subject to the call of the chair. Will the House come to order? Mr. Clerk, are there any announcements?
Yes, Madam Speaker, I have been informed by a representative of the President of the Senate that the Conference Committee report for House Bill number 1800, House Draft 1, Senate Draft, Conference Draft 1, was adopted, and said House bill relating to the state budget passed final reading in the Senate at 8:58 a.m. on May 6, 2026. In addition, I have been informed by the Assistant Clerk of the House that at 10:10 a.m. on this day, House Bill number 1800, House Draft 1, Senate Draft 1, Conference Draft 1, was duly transmitted by the legislature to the governor pursuant to Article 7, Section 9 of the Hawaii State Constitution.
Thank you, Mr. Clerk. Let's move on to Part 1, Consent Calendar. 5A, Unfinished Business. Representative Kahaloa.
Madam Speaker, I move to adopt the Conference Committee reports listed on pages 2 through 20, and that the accompanying House and Senate bills as amended pass final reading.
Representative Morikawa.
Madam Speaker, I second the motion.
Members, there will be no discussion as these are items agreed to by this body for placement on the consent calendar. Representative Morikawa for the vote.
Madam Speaker, on the measures before us, all majority members vote aye with the exception of the following. On page 10, CCR number 104-26, SB number 3076, SD1, HD2, CD1, Rep. Kong votes no. On page 12, CCR number 141-26, HB number 2452, SD1, CD1, Rep. Iwamoto votes no. On page 13, CCR number 143-26, HB number 2339, HD1, SD1, CD1, Rep. Amato and Iwamoto vote no. And on page 19, CCR number 227-26, SB number 2360, SD1, HD2, CD1, Rep. Iwamoto votes no.
Representative Garcia.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. On the measures before us, all minority members vote aye.
Have all votes been cast? Said bills pass final reading. Members, please remember to submit to the clerk the list of House and Senate bills on the consent calendar for which you will be inserting written comments in support or in opposition. This must be done by adjournment of today's floor session. Let's move on to Part 2, Ordinary Calendar. 5B, Unfinished Business. Members, we are on page 21. Representative Kahaloa.
Madam Speaker, with the exception of Conference Committee report numbers 43-26 and 50-26, I move to adopt the Conference Committee reports listed on pages 21 through 26, and that the accompanying House and Senate bills as amended pass final reading.
Representative Morikawa.
Madam Speaker, I second the motion.
Any discussion on these items, beginning with CCR number 12-26? 15-26. Representative Iwamoto.
Reservations.
So ordered. 16-26. 19-26. Representative Kila.
Mahalo, Madam Speaker, in support.
Please proceed.
Madam Speaker, the measure before us may seem so small, but it has such a huge impact. Madam Speaker, over the interim, I spent a lot of time with our communities and our district. And during that time, I got to connect with the Nanakuli Waianae homeless liaison who serves in the DOE. Madam Speaker, the Nanakuli Waianae complex has one of the highest unhoused populations with over 600 students in our DOE schools. It is so high that we are the only complex that has 2 coordinators to help support this initiative. Through the conversations and discussions with these coordinators, they shared often the biggest barrier with working with these unhoused students is just trying to get an ID. A lot of our unhoused youth may actually be in foster home, foster care, or unaccompanied, but current law, without parental support, prohibits them from getting an ID at 18, an ID at the age of 18. When we talk about making fair laws, I think it's one thing, but try to make laws equitable. With this measure before us, although it has a delayed implement date of a year, it has a chance to really uplift a lot of our young people who are experiencing homeless or unhousedness and just trying to put themselves one step forward An ID is a pathway to getting a job. An ID is a pathway of going to college. And when we talk about legislation that we bring from our communities, it was from those homeless coordinators that we present this before the body. So it may seem so minuscule, but in 1 year may have a huge impact on our youth. And those youth will one day grow up to potentially have a great pathway because of this legislation that we are passing today. So I really want to thank my colleagues for helping move this bill forward. And I look forward to seeing how we can continue to uplift our most vulnerable in the legislature.
Representative Tam,
Thank you, Madam Speaker. In support,
please proceed.
I would just like to have the comments made by the representative from Nanakuli inserted into the journal as if they're my own and a brief comment.
So ordered. Please.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I rise in support of this measure. Young people are being asked more of themselves these days, especially with the high pressures of family life. And by giving them civil identification cards, it opens a lot of doors for them and opportunities to be part of society and to function in society. So for those reasons, I urge my colleagues to support this measure before us.
Let's move on to CCR number 20-26, Representative Kahaloa.
Madam Speaker, I move to recommit Conference Committee Report number 20-26 and the attached proposed conference draft to Conference Committee.
Representative Morikawa.
Madam Speaker, I second the motion.
Any discussion? Members, we will be taking a voice vote. All those in favor say aye. All those opposed say no. The motion is carried. Members, we are back on the main motion, page 22, CCR number 22-26. Any discussion? 23-26. 25-26. Representative Amato.
Reservations.
So ordered. Representative Garcia.
Reservations.
So ordered. Moving on to Representative Martin.
Thank you, Speaker. I rise in opposition. I have.
Please proceed.
Thank you. I have concerns about the language in this bill that removes the requirement that the families living in the farm dwelling, the worker housing, do not have to have any income associated with agricultural production. I realize that it is very important to have places for our farm workers to live, and I really appreciate the work that's been done on this. But in some districts, there is a lot of pressure to use agricultural land as residential land, and for that reason, I have concerns.
Representative Evslin.
In support.
Please proceed.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I do just want to clarify that the language for the definition of a farm dwelling, there was currently in statute, there's two operative pieces of that definition. A unit has to be accessory to a farm, or the occupants have to have income from the farm. The current county interpretation statewide is that the accessory to a farm definition essentially trumps the income producing definition. So nobody is checking for income currently because all these units are accessory to a farm. So this was simply cleanup language. It doesn't actually change the on-the-ground interpretation of the definition of a farm dwelling. For the second component of a bill, the farm employee housing, you guys all know I'm a champion for accessory dwelling units. I have long been concerned about ADUs on ag land. There's a lot of potential for abuse when we're allowing ADUs on ag land. An ADU can be, essentially just a large single-family home. Often ADUs on ag land can be CPR'd off from the main home and sold. This leads to a speculative market and the chopping up of our agricultural land. The intention of the bill here is twofold: to set some boundaries on what that accessory unit could look like, 800 square feet, and it cannot be CPR'd off from the main unit. This is to ensure that it's allowed, but it's likely to go to a family member or an agricultural worker. And by defining it, then counties would presumably allow that type of unit and hopefully not go the whole way down allowing for a full ADU. Counties still have a lot of flexibility over what they're allowing and not allowing on ag land, but this at least sets some guardrails on that front. Thank you.
Let's move on to Representative Peruso.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I rise in opposition, and I'd like to adopt the words of my colleague from Kailua as if they were my own.
So ordered. Let's move on to 26-26. Representative Ray Zota.
With reservations.
So ordered. Representative Souza.
With reservations.
So ordered. Representative Garcia.
In opposition?
Please proceed.
Thank you, Madam Speaker, and permission to insert written comments in the journal.
So ordered. Moving on to 27-26. 28-20, Representative Ray Zota. On 27-26.
Correct, 27. With reservations.
So ordered. Representative Shimizu.
In opposition?
Please proceed.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Permission to enter written comments into the journal.
So ordered.
Thank you.
Moving on to the top of page 23, Conference Committee Report 28-26. 29-26, Representative Cochran.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I rise in opposition.
Please proceed.
Thank you very much. So while well-intentioned, this contains provisions that fundamentally undermine its stated goal of fostering lasting affordable housing. The measure amends Section 201H-38 to require that 80% of units in HHFDC's projects be sold to qualified residents. Yet, it reduces the owner occupancy requirement from 10 to 5 years. Even more concerning, it repeals the financial viability screening that previously ensured buyers demonstrated genuine need for assistance. The practical effect is clear. Units developed with public support could revert to market rate just after 5 years. And individuals who do not require affordable housing could access these programs. The weakening of deed restrictions further exacerbates this issue as the bill fails to enforce perpetual affordability for the lifetime of the project. Hawaii and its people deserve housing solutions that provide permanent stability and genuine affordability. Taxpayer investments should yield lasting benefits for our communities, not temporary fixes that allow public support to be exploited. So, for these reasons, I must respectfully urge my colleagues to oppose HB 1740 CD1. Mahalo for this time, Madam Speaker.
Representative Iwamoto.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I rise in opposition and ask that the words of the representative from Lahaina be entered into the record as my own.
So ordered. Representative Evelyn.
In support.
Please proceed.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. The current 201H-38 program is a critical incentive that leads to the development of affordable housing. Currently in that program, a majority of units have to be affordable to qualify for potential waiver of fees and certain regulations. And this has been a critical tool to developing affordable housing. Most light-tech projects are going to be done through the 201H program. But what the 201H program, all that it requires is that a unit stay affordable for 10 years. After that 10-year period, there's no restrictions. So a majority of the units have to be affordable for 10 years and then no restrictions. That other 49% of units don't have any restrictions on it. This bill sets up an alternative pathway for 201H. That current pathway still exists. Light-tech projects and other affordable projects will likely still go through that current pathway. This alternative pathway says 80% of units have to be deed restricted forever, not just 10 years, but forever, to ensure that the occupant of the unit is domiciled in Hawaii and the buyer of the unit. So this intention here is to create a permanent sort of locals-only housing market of deed-restricted units that are available only to residents that are going to be living full-time in the unit. The changes to the financing language, this is language which required HHFDC just to check that an applicant can qualify, that they have the available asset to debt ratio to qualify for financing. They're not typically doing that checking because the bank is doing that checking, so the language is redundant. The bank will already have to do that check. And regarding the 5-year owner occupancy requirement, the bill says that you can own another unit when you purchase one of these. The intention here is that under 201H currently, it prohibits somebody from owning another unit. This makes it impossible for somebody to upsize or downsize. If you have some children, yet you have a studio, you cannot upsize into a 1-bedroom or a 2-bedroom because you're not allowed to own any other property. If your children move out and you want to downsize, the same thing. So what this says is that you can own other property, but you got to sell that property within 2 years. The idea is that somebody can move around within these units, but it does not create a speculative market because ultimately you'll still have to live in the unit because you'll have to dispose of your other property within 2 years. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Okay, let's move on to CCR number 34-26, 35-26, 41-26. Representative Shimizu.
In opposition.
Please proceed.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I've spoken on this before, and as a former person in the construction industry, this bill is bothersome for me, so I need to get it off my chest. The real victims in this situation are the workers who are getting underpaid and cheated by a dishonest competitor. Second, legitimate, honest contractors who bid by the rules lose out on projects and income to an unfair competitor. And lastly, an owner who has no idea that they have just signed up for a very costly and painful problem. So with this bill, the owner instead becomes a major victim, in my opinion, by losing their contractor and their permit. They now need to find a replacement. They have to figure out what's the cost of the work that is still unfinished and try to negotiate an agreement with the new replacement, and also reapply for a permit that they probably waited months for approval. By passing this bill, we will have the unintended consequence of penalizing the innocent owner instead. And hopefully, the cheated workers are fairly reimbursed, although the contractor that was removed may have financial issues to prevent or delay this from even happening. And hopefully this dishonest contractor will be punished accordingly, which the Department of Labor and Industrial Relations is already tasked with this enforcement and could have and should have been enforcing to penalize any contractor who has been caught doing this dishonest practice and charge fines and penalties and even establish a reasonable time frame that this removed contractor should be disqualified from doing business, thereby proactively preventing this situation from occurring in the first place. And to add to this dilemma, the bill has since added an explicit owner-occupant exemption that removes protection and corrective action that this bill is trying to establish from these homeowners, and now allows these dishonest contractors a safe haven market to continue in their unscrupulous ways, hurting innocent workers, owners, and legitimate contractor competitors. Madam Speaker, although this bill is well-intended, I don't see this bill resolving this situation, but unfortunately makes the problem even more chaotic and hurtful. I recommend we defer this bill. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Moving on to CCR number 42-26, Representative Cochran.
Hello, Madam Speaker. I rise in opposition.
Please proceed.
Comments. Thank you so much. So HHFDC builds pilot program mandating the county again. In written testimony, the administrator from State Procurement Office says the Board of Directors would be exempt from Chapter 103D, which is the procurement code, and that which establishes the legal framework for procurement in this state. And so it opens the door for potential, could be unethical, the bidding process, and just a lot of procurement rules will be wiped out and they wouldn't have to follow. So that's my reason for opposition. Mahalo.
Representative Iwamoto.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I rise in opposition.
Please proceed.
So this bill provides numerous overly broad exemptions to state and county laws, permitting and zoning. This bill goes even further by stating contracts for professional services, construction and development, related to Hawaii Builds pilot program projects shall be subject to approval by the corporation's board of directors and shall be exempt from Chapter 103D of the Hawaii Revised Statute, which is our procurement code, as was mentioned by the representative from Lahaina. And I just want to make sure that everyone understands that the language of the procurement code specifically lists requirements of ethical public procurement, including ensuring that all persons are afforded an equal opportunity to compete in a fair and open environment, avoid the intent and appearance of unethical behavior, and to identify and eliminate any conflicts of interest. So I ask, why would we want to exempt these projects that will do good from all of these important and safeguards? Thank you.
Representative Amato.
With reservations.
So ordered. Okay, let's move on to Conference Committee Report number 44-26. We're now at the top of page 25, 47-26, 48-26, Representative Reyes-Oda.
With reservations.
So ordered. 49-26. On the top of page 26, 51-26, Representative Cochran.
When you have an opportunity, back to 49.
Okay,
HB
let's go back to 49-26,
Okay.
Representative Cochran.
Yeah, I just want to stand in support and request written comments into the journal,
So ordered.
please. Thank you.
So we're on page 26 at the top, CCR number 51-26, 52-26, 54-26, Representative Amato.
Reservations.
So ordered. 55-26, Representative Garcia.
Reservations.
So ordered. At the top of page 27. Oh, okay. Oh, okay. We're going to vote on these. Have all votes? Let's see. Representative Morikawa for the vote.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. On the measures before us, all majority members vote aye, with the exception of the following. On page 22, CCR number 2326, SB number 3154, SD2, HD2, CD1, Rep. Iwamoto votes no. For CCR number 25-26, HB number 1737, HD3, SD2, CD1, the following vote no. Belatti, Martin, Peruso, Poi Poi. CCR number 2626, SB number 2143, SD1, HD1, CD1, Reps. Hartsfield and Kila vote no. On page 23, CCR number 28-26, SB number 2623, SD2, HD1, CD1, Rep. Amato votes no. For CCR number 29-26, HB number 1740, HD2, SD2, CD1, the following vote no. Belatti, Grandinetti, Iwamoto, Peruso. On page 24, CCR number 42-26, SB number 2544, SD2, HD1, CD1, Rep. Iwamoto votes no. For CCR number 44-26, SB number 2697, SD1, HD2, CD1, Rep. Iwamoto votes no. On page 25, CCR number 48-26, SB number 2721, SD1, HD1, CD1, Rep. Kila votes no. On page 26, CCR number 51-26, HB number 2385, HD3, SD1, CD1, Rep. Radcliffe votes no. CCR number 54-26, HB number 1688, HD1, SD2, CD1, Rep. Iwamoto votes no. And CCR number 55-26, HB number 1692, HD2, SD2, CD1, Rep. Iwamoto votes no.
Representative Garcia.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. On the measures before us, all minority members vote aye with the exception of the following. On page 21, CCR 19-26, HB 1667, HD1, SD1, CD1, Representatives Garcia and Perrick vote no. On CCR 20-26, House Bill 1516, HD1, SD1, CD1,
Oh, I'm sorry, you're voting on a recommitted bill? So we can skip that one.
CCR 20-26.
Oh, that was
That was
the one
recommitted.
that was
All right.
recommitted.
CCR 23-26 on page 22, SB 3154, SD2, HD2, CD1, Representative Cochran votes no. On CCR 26-26, SB 2143, SD1, HD1, CD1, Representatives Alcos, Cochran, Garcia, Gideon, Matsumoto, Muraoka, and Shimizu vote no. On CCR 27-26, Senate Bill 2398, SD2, HD2, CD1, Representatives Alcos, Cochran, Garcia, Gideon, Muraoka, and Shimizu vote no. On page 23, CCR 28-26, Senate Bill 2623, SD2, HD1, CD1, Representatives Cochran and Perrick vote no. On CCR 29-26, House Bill 1740, HD2, SD2, CD1, Representatives Cochran, Garcia, Gideon, and Muraoka vote no. On CCR 35-26, SB 2835, SD1, HD2, CD1, Representative Muraoka votes no. On page 24, CCR 41-26, SB 2140, SD1, HD2, CD1, Representatives Cochran, Gideon, Shimizu, and Perrick vote no. On CCR 42-26, SB 2544, SD2, HD1, CD1, Representative Cochran votes no. On CCR 44-26, SB 2697, SD1, HD2, CD1, Representatives Alcos, Garcia, and Perrick vote no. On page 25, CCR 47-26, Senate Bill 888, SD2, HD2, CD1, Representative Cochran votes no. On CCR 48-26, SB 2721, SD1, HD1, CD1, Representatives Alcos, Cochran, Garcia, Gideon, Matsumoto, Muraoka, and Perrick vote no. On page 26, CCR 55-26, House Bill 1692, HD2, SD2, CD1, Representative Cochran votes no.
Have all votes been cast? With the exception of the measures attached to CCR numbers 20-26, 43-26, and 50-26, said bills pass final reading. Members, on page 30, CCR number 80-26 will be moved to the end of the calendar. We are now on page 27, Representative Kahaloa.
Madam Speaker, with the exception of Conference Committee Report numbers 63-26, 73-26, 80-26, and 88-26, I move to adopt the Conference Committee reports listed on pages 27 through 32, and that the accompanied House and Senate bills, as amended, pass final reading.
Representative Morikawa.
Madam Speaker, I second the motion.
Any discussion on these items, beginning with CCR number 56-26? Representative Iwamoto.
My apologies, Madam Speaker. I rise in opposition.
Please proceed.
This bill elevates the offense of harassment to a misdemeanor when committed against a public servant because of or during the performance of official duties. Elected officials are now included in the definition of public servant. The threat of being subjected to a year in prison may have a chilling effect on free speech and the public exercising its rights to have grievances heard or even petitions received. Imagine if a citizen whistleblower, like let's say Alexander Silvert, tried to file a petition every day, and one of our most impatient members told him, "That's a bit much. Can you please stop?" Now, imagine he did not stop. This bill states that one commits harassment when repeatedly makes communications after being advised by the person to whom the communication is directed that further communication is unwelcome. That's it. Normally, this would be a petty misdemeanor, but since we are elected officials, it is now a full misdemeanor, and he could be subjected to 1 year in prison. We can do better. The public deserves better from elected officials. The public deserves to feel heard, including when we are annoyed by the message they may be delivering. Thank you.
Representative Garcia.
In opposition?
Please proceed.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. And I'd like to adopt the words of the representative of Kaka'ako as my own on this bill, and also a few brief comments.
So ordered.
I do believe that it's important to protect our public servants, not just in this body and in this building, but in other departments and other areas of government. But the term harassment is quite vague, and it can be subjective. Some people feel that, some look is harassing. There's been lots of harassment complaints filed in this building, time and time again. So it's a very vague term, and I do believe that this bill, if passed, when passed, will open the door for more frivolous complaints. No vote.
Representative Gideon.
In opposition, and I'd like to adopt the words of the representative from Kapolei and representative from Kaka'ako as my own.
So ordered. Representative Muraoka.
Same request.
So ordered. Representative Cochran.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I'll be speaking separately from the rest here. So I am in support.
Please proceed.
Thank you. So as a victim of harassment to my face on social media, having my life threatened, having to have my police department follow me through my public meetings and in the county building for years, I believe this is needed. And watching the national news and seeing a representative just very recently murdered, actually killed, I think because we do live in a fishbowl, so to speak, we live in the limelight, and people they don't understand that they do need to show us respect. And, we may have differences of opinions and thoughts and perspectives, but to not make it in a harassment, negative, threatening manner. And that has occurred to me. So I am full support in putting some type of, hammer down that people need to take a step back and realize how they're approaching public servants. And yes, and everyone, basically. But this bill points to public servants like ourselves. So thank you for this time.
Okay, CCR number 57-26, 61-26, Representative Iwamoto.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I rise in opposition.
Please proceed.
This bill authorizes the Hawaii Department of Transportation to enter into agreements with the United States Department of Defense for the provision of services at federal military installations under certain conditions. I'm opposed to this because the State Department of Transportation has a huge backlog of work to be done on its own streets. We should not allow the U.S. Department of Defense to distract the Hawaii Department of Transportation from taking care of the state's needs. The U.S. DoD has the largest budget of any federal department. It can afford to procure private construction or use its own military personnel and equipment. Like many state roads, Alamana Boulevard needs ongoing maintenance. But ill-fitting large metal plates covering construction sites and then cars and buses driving over them, banging day and night over these plates, the loud noise pollution carries all the way up to the 40th floor of many of the high-rises in my district. Hawaii Department of Transportation needs to stay in its lane and keep its eye on our state roads. Thank you.
Moving on to CCR number 62-20.
Excuse me, Speaker.
Representative Shimizu.
In support.
Are you talking about 62-26 or 61?
61, please.
Okay, please proceed.
My apologies, Madam Speaker. May I proceed?
Please proceed.
Okay, thank you. I would agree with the representative from Kaka'ako if that were to happen. That would be objectionable. In my similar concern, I asked the director of Department of Transportation regarding that concern. The answer that I received and the reason that I'm supporting this bill is it was stated that this would not affect the DOT's ability to handle their current workload. It would enable them to make sure that they secure work for our local contractors, because if left to federal may bring in mainland contractors, and also that the department would also be charging a management fee to recover some income for their expertise. So that's the reason that I'm supporting this bill. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Okay, moving on to 62-26. On the top of page 28, CCR number 64-26, 65-26, 66-26, 68-26, 69-26. On the top of page 29, CCR number 72-76, 72-26, 76
Madam Speaker,
Representative Garrett.
on 72-26.
Please proceed.
Madam Speaker, rising in respectful opposition.
Please proceed.
Thank you. I want to begin by acknowledging the intent behind this measure and appreciate the work put into it by your Education Committee Chair. I know that the both of us share the same goal: strong leadership, accountability, and public trust in our education system. But how we structure governance matters just as much as the outcomes we seek. Madam Speaker, in my role as your Chair of Higher Education, I've spent a great deal of time this session focused on that exact issue: how we modernize governance structures while preserving clarity, accountability, and institutional integrity. Earlier this session, I introduced legislation to modernize the University of Hawaii's Board of Regents. That effort ultimately fell short, but the conversations around it reinforced an important point. When we change governance structures, we need to be deliberate, consistent, and clear about the problem we are trying to solve. That is where I struggle with this bill. The Hawaii Teacher Standards Board was designed to function as a professional licensing and standards-setting body. It plays a very specific role, ensuring that those who enter our classrooms meet the standards we expect of our educators. That function is different from the role of the Board of Education, which has broader policy oversight of our public education system. Those distinctions are not accidental. They are foundational to good governance. Madam Speaker, I'm afraid this bill begins to blur those lines. It requires the Teacher Standards Board to submit 3 nominees for Executive Director, requires the Board of Education to appoint from that list, and then subjects that appointment to the advice and consent of the Senate. The Teacher Standards Board's independence is not absolute, but it is intentional. It allows professionals in the field to set and uphold standards with some insulation from political pressures. When we add Senate confirmation to this process, we inevitably change the nature of the position. We risk turning a professional administrative role into one shaped by political considerations, and that has real consequences. It may make it harder to recruit qualified candidates. It may prolong vacancies. It may create uncertainty in leadership at a time when stability is important. But beyond these immediate effects, I'm concerned about the precedent. If we take this step here, do we begin requiring advice and consent for executive directors of other boards and commissions? Do we begin inserting additional approval layers into other quasi-independent entities? Little by little, decision by decision, we can shift the structure of government without fully intending to. That is why governance matters. Good governance is not just about accountability. It is about clarity. It is about ensuring that roles are well defined, authority is appropriately placed, and systems can function as intended. When we blur those lines, we do not always create more accountability. Sometimes we create more confusion, even when we don't intend to. Again, I respect the intent of this measure, but I'm not convinced we have identified a breakdown in the current system that justifies this level of structural change. Given the precedent this sets, not just for this board, but potentially for others across our state, I believe we should proceed with caution. And for these reasons, I'm casting a no vote on this measure. Thank you.
Representative Reyes-Zola.
I rise in opposition.
Please proceed.
I have concerns about SB 3262 because of the precedents this bill sets. There is no question that this bill arose from real conversations about governance and accountability. However, advice and consent is a constitutional check, traditionally reserved for positions that exercise independent state authority. The executive director of the Hawaii Teacher Standards Board is not such a role. Advice and consent exists in Article 5, Section 6 of the Hawaii State Constitution as a check on executive power. The Constitution states, each principal department shall be under the supervision of the governor, and unless otherwise provided in this Constitution or by law, shall be headed by a single executive. Such single executive shall be nominated by and with the advice and consent of the Senate appointed by the governor. The executive director of the Hawaii Teacher Standards Board does not meet that standard. This is a professional, board-directed position, not a cabinet-level role. Let's put this into perspective. The HTSB has a state budget of $2.1 million and 14 positions. The DOE is appropriated $2.4 billion in general funds, which is 22% of the general fund budget, and employs over 22,000 of Hawaii's state residents. Pretty much any public school principal in the state has a larger budget and more personnel than the HTSB executive director. We do not require Senate confirmation for the superintendent of education, who oversees the largest department in the state government. Extending confirmation requirements to a staff level executive who reports to a board moves us closer to politicizing operational leadership. But if we're going to start with confirming board appointed executives, we should start with the person heading the largest portion of the state budget. My concern is not oversight, it's the politics. Bringing this legislature into staff level appointments risks undermining the independence of our boards and injecting political considerations into professional education standards. We should put oversight where oversight belongs. If additional accountability is needed, the appropriate conversation is about board governance and structure, not legislative approval of professional administrators. For those reasons, while I respect the intent behind the bill, I remain opposed to the precedent it would set. For these reasons, I'm voting no. I remain cautious about this measure and the precedent it would establish.
Representative Gideon.
Madam Speaker, 73-26.
72-26. Representative Iwamoto.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I rise in opposition.
Please proceed.
As a former member of the Hawaii Teacher Standards Board and also the Board of Education, I appreciate and ask that the words of the representatives from Eva Beach and Manoa be entered into the record as my own.
So ordered. Representative Peruso.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I rise in opposition, and I have the same request.
So ordered. Representative Shimizu.
In opposition.
Please proceed.
Same request. Thank you, Madam
So
Speaker.
ordered. Representative Beladi.
Thank you. In opposition, same request to have the words of the representatives from Eva Beach and Manoa entered into the journal as if they were my own.
So ordered. Representative Ratcliffe.
In opposition. And
Please
I would like
proceed.
to adopt the words from the representative from Manoa and Eva Beach as if they were my own. Thank you.
So ordered. Representative Woodson.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. In support with brief comments.
Please proceed.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Boards do not necessarily need to operate administratively using the same modalities over time. This is the case with this proposed variance for this standards board. Madam Speaker, during the last Hawaii Teacher Standards Board official meeting, there actually was an action item to renew the existing ED's contract. Madam Speaker, during that official proceeding, there were members from the education community that did oppose that renewal. Now that, Madam Speaker, in itself is not necessarily informative, but it is highly unusual. And so what this proposal does is it says that let's provide an additional layer of oversight by providing advice and consent through our state Senate. Madam Speaker, I've had the honor and privilege of working with many of our senators over the years. They are good people, and I trust that any decision that they make regarding that consent is solely done based upon past performance. And it is for this reason and other, Madam Speaker, I support this proposal, and I ask my colleagues to do the same. Thank you.
Representative Garcia,
In opposition,
please proceed.
and I'd like to adopt the words of the representative of Eva Beach as my own.
So ordered. Representative Hassi,
Same request.
so ordered. Representative La Chica,
Thank you, Madam Speaker. In support,
please proceed.
I adopt the words from the Education Chair as if they were my own.
So ordered.
And also a brief comment. Just wanted to say that this position with the Hawaii Teacher Standards Board is manages the teacher licensure, the standards, controls educator workforce policy. In this bill, I disagree that it is being politicized because the selection of the nominees still reside within the Hawaii Teacher Standards Board. It has to be submitted to the Board of Education, and they're still subject, those nominees are still subject to all screening and the nomination process, as is everybody. Given that advice and consent is really used for positions that carry a large responsibility for policy, implications for the state, and regulatory implications, I do believe that it is important, and it is a matter of statewide importance that we take a look at this and use this as a similar function as we look at all state leadership positions that carry a huge amount of influence as to what happens to our teachers and the future of teaching here in our state. So for those reasons, in support.
Representative Pirik,
Thank you. In opposition,
please proceed.
I'd like to adopt the words from the representative from Eva Beach.
So ordered. Representative Matsumoto,
Same request.
so ordered. Representative Alcos,
Same request.
so ordered. Representative Gideon,
Same request.
so ordered. Representative Shimizu,
In opposition, second time.
please proceed.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. With all due respect to the opposition testimony from our education chair, and as someone who votes no a lot and presents a opposing view, I would debate that the instance that was shared is not sufficient enough to create a law that totally changes this selection process. I think public input and opposing views are healthy and necessary as we debate issues and learn from each other. So that's my counter on that. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Okay, Representative Quinlan,
Thank you, Madam Speaker, and strong support.
please proceed.
May I have the words of the Chair of the House Committee on Education enter as if they're my own with a brief comment.
Please proceed.
Madam Speaker, I had the pleasure of watching a number of Senate hearings, the Senate Education Committee this year. I found the hearings and the questions from those senators to be illuminating. I found them to be edifying. And in my mind, this is a very small change to a process, but one that can potentially hold great portent for the future of education in Hawaii. And I'd ask the members' support that we can see this out and monitor how it goes. Mahalo.
Representative Kila,
Madam Speaker, in support,
please proceed.
more so as the House member that introduced the accompanying measure, I'd like to adopt the words of the education chair as if they were my own, the majority leader as if they were my own, and permission to insert written comments.
So ordered. Representative Souza.
Madam Speaker, at the appropriate time, can we go back to Conference Committee Report number 61-26 and 69-26? Thank you.
Okay, if there are no further comments, let's move on to 61-26. Representative Souza.
Thank you, Madam Speaker, with reservations.
So ordered. 69-26.
Thank you again,
Representative Souza.
Thank you again, Madam Speaker, with reservations.
So ordered. Now we're moving on to 76-26. Representative Ray Zota.
Reservations.
So ordered. 77-26. 79-26. Moving on to the top of page 30, 81-26. Representative Garcia.
Madam Speaker, on 79-26.
Okay, 79.
With
please
reservations.
proceed. So ordered. 79-26. Representative Reyesota.
Sorry, no, if we can go back to 73-26.
73-26, we did a floor amendment. Floor amendment that passed. Thank you. So 79-26. Okay, let's move on to page 30, 81-26. Representative Amato.
Reservations.
So ordered. 82-26. 83-26. Representative Cochran.
Thank you, Speaker. And let's see, 83-26. I rise in opposition with brief comments, please.
Please proceed.
Thank you so much. So regarding HCDA, Hawaii Community Development Authority's 99-year lease program, this bill purports to disallow owners of affordable units from renting out their units. But the bill also allows owners to sell their units to buyers who are not subject to income restriction. So units originally designated as affordable can be bought by anybody. And term eligible buyer is not defined in the bill. And owners can sell to buyers without an owner-occupied requirement. So subsequent owners don't need to occupy the unit, which opens the door to investors. These allowances will likely undermine the inventory of affordable housing units. Another major concern with this bill is it exempts design, development, and construction from our state procurement code, which sets rules for ethical, transparent, and accountable procurement of goods, services, and construction. So lastly, the HCDA building being proposed in Kaka'ako will be $800,000 per unit, and that is what they're telling us is affordable. Mahalo for allowing me these comments.
Representative Shimizu.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I just wanted to clarify, did we skip CCR 80?
80-26 was the a bill that we passed a floor amendment on previously.
Oh,
I'm sorry.
My apologies. I didn't have that noted. Thank you for clarifying.
Oh, I'm sorry. We moved that to the end of calendar. Representative Shimizu, I'm sorry. That was moved to the end of the calendar. So we will be voting on it. Any further comments on 83-26? Representative Evslin.
In support.
Please proceed.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I just want to briefly explain that the bill requires that 60% of the units will be income restricted and must be owner occupied. The flexibility that the bill provides is for the other 40% of units in the development, and this is just to ensure that the project can remain revenue neutral, which was the primary intent, and the hope being that the state can produce developments where 60% are income restricted into the future without pouring lots of money into this. So this just gives HCD a little bit more flexibility on the other 40% units. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Moving on to 84-26, Representative Reyes-Oda.
Sorry, it was 83.
Okay, let's go back to 83-26.
With reservations.
So ordered. Then we're moving on to 84-26, Representative Cochrane.
Thank you so much, Madam Speaker, once again. So I rise in support.
Please proceed.
I fully support water catchment because it's an opportunity to offset the use of our potable water, which is so dire. We're in dire need, especially on Maui and in West Maui in particular. We can catch the water that, with the recent flooding, has been just flowing straight into the ocean. And it's, again, a wasted water resource which we can store, catch, and in turn create some very smart developments moving forward. So mahalo for the time.
Okay, we're at the top of page 31, Conference Committee Report 87-26. 92-26, 92-26, Representative Iwamoto.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Reservations.
So ordered. Representative Garcia.
Reservations.
So ordered. 93-26. We're at the top of page 32, 94-26, Representative Iwamoto.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I rise in opposition.
Please proceed.
When this bill came up for third reading, I was in support with reservations because there was a psychiatrist supervising the psychologist. But now that any physician can supervise, I am in opposition. A very good friend of mine visited her primary care physician for anxiety. She was given a starter pack of an anti-anxiety drug that the pharmaceutical rep left with her physician. My friend is a very petite woman, and it's possible that the starter pack may have been calibrated for someone twice her size. A few days later, she committed suicide. In the aftermath, my friend's daughter spoke to her mom's physician and asked her if she told her mom that suicidal thoughts could be a possible side effect of that particular drug that she gave to my friend. The doctor said she did not mention this to her patient. My friend's daughter said her mom's fridge was full of food that she recently purchased. It was clear to her daughter that the mother was not suicidal days earlier. Between psychologists, physicians, and psychiatrists have the most hours of pharmaceutical training and the most expertise on psychotropic medications. Psychiatrists should be the only ones supervising psychologists' use of prescriptive authority. Thank you.
Moving on to 95-26, Representative Lechica.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. In support.
Please proceed.
Permission to insert written comments.
So ordered.
And then brief comment. I spoke on this bill before in the crossover. This is our AI chatbot protection bill. Just wanted to highlight that this is going to be a big deal for the state in that we're not only putting in meaningful guardrails such as disclosures, protections on harmful content, and then also activating real safety responses when a child or somebody using a companion system or a chatbot expresses harm to themselves or others. But I wanted to highlight that Hawaii's bill stands out in the nation, and we join a handful of states, but we're really the only ones that are not including any exemptions. So all these other big tech platforms that have asked to not have these regulations apply to them. And I have our House CPC chair to thank for that, as well as the Senate CPC chair for ensuring that our Kiki and our users here in Hawaii, our residents here in Hawaii, continue to remain protected, and that innovation doesn't come at the expense of their safety and well-being. So for those reasons, in support, and mahalo again for the hard work to get this legislation passed.
96-26, 102-26. Representative Morikawa for the vote.
Madam Speaker, on the measures before us, all majority members vote aye with the exception of the following. On page 27, CCR number 56-26, SB number 2568, SD1 HD2 CD1 Rep. Iwamoto votes no. CCR number 57-26, SB number 2983, SD1 HD1 CD1 Rep. Kong votes no. CCR number 61-26, SB number 3156, SD1 HD1 CD1 Rep. Iwamoto votes no. On page 28, CCR number 69-26, HB number 1548, HD1 SD1 CD1 Rep. Kila and Olds vote no. On page 29, CCR number 72-26, SB number 3262, SD1 HD1 CD1, the following vote no. Bellotti, Garrett, Grandinetti, Hussey, Iwamoto, Peruso, Poi Poi, and Radcliffe. For page 30, CCR number 81-26, SB number 2818, SD2 HD2 CD1 Rep. Iwamoto votes no. CCR number 83-26, SB number 2061, SD2 HD2 CD1 Rep. Iwamoto and Kong vote no. On page 31, CCR number 92-26, SB number 2175, SD2 HD2 CD1 Rep. Kong votes no. On page 32, CCR number 94-26, SB number 847, SD2 HD2 CD1, the following vote no. Amato, Grandinetti, Hashem, Hussey, Iwamoto, Kong, and Peruso.
Representative Garcia.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. On the measures before us, all minority members vote aye with the exception of the following. On page 27, CCR 56-26, Senate Bill 2568, SD1 HD2 CD1, Representatives Alcos, Garcia, Gideon, Matsumoto, and Muraoka vote no. On CCR 57-26, Senate Bill 2983, SD1 HD1 CD1, Representatives Alcos, Cochran, Garcia, Gideon, and Matsumoto vote no. On CCR 62-26, House Bill 1511, HD2 SD1 CD1, Representatives Garcia, Muraoka, and Pirik vote no. On page 28, CCR 64-26, House Bill 1824, HD1 SD1 CD1, Garcia votes no. On CCR 65-26, House Bill 2137, HD3 SD2 CD1, Representatives Cochran, Garcia, Matsumoto, and Pirik vote no. On CCR 69-26, House Bill 1548, HD1 SD1 CD1, Representatives Garcia and Pirik vote no. On page 29, CCR 72-26, Senate Bill 3262, SD1 HD1 CD1, Representatives Alcos, Cochran, Garcia, Gideon, Matsumoto, Muraoka, Shimizu, Reyes Oda, and Pirik vote no. On CCR 76-26, Senate Bill 3255 SD1 HD2 CD1, Representatives Garcia and Muraoka vote no. On page 30, CCR 81-26, Senate Bill 2818 SD2 HD2 CD1, Representatives Cochran, Garcia, Gideon, Matsumoto, and Muraoka vote no. On CCR 82-26, Senate Bill 3067, SD1, HD1, CD1, Representative Cochran votes no. CCR 83-26, Senate Bill 2061, SD2, HD2, CD1, Representatives Alcos, Cochran, Garcia, and Muraoka vote no.
Have all votes been cast? Representative Peruso.
My apologies, Madam Speaker. I'd like to register a no vote, and to the majority floor leader as well. I'd like to register a no vote for CCR 94-26, Senate Bill number 847.
So ordered. Representative Souza.
I would like to correct my vote on Conference Committee Report number 69-26. I believe I voted with reservations. I would like to change that to a yes.
So ordered. With the exception of the measures attached to CCR numbers 63-26, 73-26, 80-26, and 88-26, said bills pass final reading. Recess, subject to the call of the chair.
Will the House come to order? Representative Kahaloa.
Madam Speaker, with the exception of Conference Committee Reports numbers 114-26 and 140-26, I move to adopt the Conference Committee reports listed on pages 33 through 38, and that the accompanied House and Senate bills as amended pass final reading.
Representative Morikawa.
Madam Speaker, I second the motion.
Members, any discussion on these items, beginning with Conference Committee Report number 105? Representative Shimizu.
In support.
Please proceed.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Personally, I'm against what I would consider government control and overreach that create blanket regulations that limit and adversely affect business-free enterprise and contributes to our high cost of doing business and ultimately our high cost of living. But I am supporting this bill to honor my Kupuna constituents' requests. This bill is intended to provide them protection from unintended financial misfortune. So I am supporting. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Representative Matayoshi.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. In support.
Please proceed.
This bill is an essential part of the House's effort to try to curb fraud in the state. It specifically targets crypto kiosks, which allow the purchase of cryptocurrency with cash, which has been shown to be not only the source of fraud when someone calls you on the phone and directs you to purchase crypto for them, but also the source of money laundering. I want to make it very clear that this bill does not restrict you converting your own crypto to cash and using it akin to an ATM, but it does restrict the purchase of crypto by feeding cash into the machine. In talking to Kupuna throughout the state and the AARP, and from honestly talking to just friends and family members who have been targets of scams, these crypto kiosks are being used as the vehicle for scammers to get money away from people, including many who are on fixed incomes. So I'm very proud of the House for moving this forward. I'm very proud of the legislature for hopefully moving this forward. I think it's an important piece in the state's fight against fraud in the state. Thank you.
Next, Conference Committee Report number 106. Representative Garrett.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Rising in strong support.
Please proceed.
Thank you. This bill is one of the hallmark measures for your Higher Education Committee this session because it goes directly to the heart of what we should be doing in higher education, making sure students not only get through the door, but have the support they need to finish. The Hawaii Community College Promise Program was created with the right intent to help cover the unmet direct costs of attendance for eligible students at our University of Hawaii community colleges. But under the current structure, when a student receives other grants, scholarships, or support, that assistance can reduce the benefit they receive from Hawaii Promise. In practice, that means we may be helping with tuition, but still leaving students to struggle with the real costs that determine whether they stay enrolled. That's housing, food, transportation, books and supplies, and the basic expenses of daily life. Madam Speaker, this bill changes that. HB 2338 allows Hawaii Promise to better maximize the total financial support available to students while staying aligned with federal financial aid requirements. It provides scholarships for 95% of a student's unmet direct cost needs and allows other grants and scholarships to help students cover indirect costs. That distinction matters. For many of our community college students, the challenge is not ambition, it is not ability, it is affordability. It is whether they can pay rent, put gas in the car, buy food, afford childcare, or reduce work hours enough to succeed in school. Our community colleges are one of the most important tools we have for workforce development, economic mobility, and keeping local students connected to local opportunities. If we are serious about addressing workforce shortages, then we have to be serious about helping students complete their programs. This bill is a student-centered, practical, and long overdue update to Hawaii Promise. It says that we at the legislature understand the real cost of college. It says that we want students to finish. And it says that Hawaii is willing to invest in its own people. For these reasons, I urge my colleagues to support this measure. Thank you.
Representative Belatti.
Thank you. In strong support.
Please proceed.
May I have the words of the representative from Manoa adopted as if they were my own?
So ordered.
And just brief remarks. Having been here when we did create the Hawaii Community College Promise Program, I think this is a really good example of how we do better, how we can improve on programs. I believe the intent had always been to be able to help make community college affordable and in the reach of so many of our young students. And so with this kind of policy changes, this is exactly the kind of legislating, the kind of doing better that we need to do. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Any further discussion on this item? Representative Tam.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Just a point of personal privilege. I would like to have a late introduction.
Well, we don't recognize points of personal privilege, but you may have a late introduction. Please proceed, Rep. Tam.
Okay, thank you. In the gallery is folks and advocates from the Campaign for Immigrant Justice. Please rise and be recognized. They're all wearing their yellow shirts, and welcome to your House of Representatives. And permission to insert their names into the journal.
So ordered. Representative. Okay. We're moving on to Conference Committee Report number 107. Representative Iwamoto.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I rise in opposition.
Please proceed.
This bill authorizes the University of Hawaii to engage in enterprise-related activities for educational purposes and exempts such activity from certain county zoning requirements. During one of our committee hearings, I was able to question one of the testifiers from the University of Hawaii and confirm that Mauna Kea is still managed by the University of Hawaii. And also, one thing to consider is that a 30-meter telescope would fall under the umbrella of enterprise-related activities, as enterprise-related activities may include, but shall not be limited to, teaching laboratories, training facilities, and other applied learning settings designated by the Board of Regents that meet the requirements of this section. I raised this concern on third reading here on the floor. I also raised this specific concern in the Water and Land Committee. And I did request that perhaps an exemption can be made to specifically exempt that this bill does not pertain to potentially building a 30-meter telescope on Mauna Kea. However, that language was not put in, which gives me even greater concern, actually. I'm not comfortable voting to pass a bill, no matter how innocently it was intended and introduced, that may inadvertently create a way to sidestep even one safeguard and to protect Mauna Kea from reckless development. So for that reason, I'm in opposition. Thanks.
Conference Committee Report number 110. Representative Iwamoto.
Reservations.
So ordered. Conference Committee Report 111. Representative Matsumoto.
In strong support.
Please proceed.
You've all heard me talk about this bill many, many times, but this is for the Individual Housing Account Program, which helps individuals and those who are and families to save up quicker for a down payment. So this is a program that already exists. We're not creating something new. We are just changing the amounts that you can save up. So you're being able to save up pre-tax dollars from $5,000 a year. So now it can go to $20,000 a year if you're filing individually. And the program had it for $10,000 a year if you're filing jointly, now to $40,000 a year. And now the cap is $200,000 instead of the $25,000, because I don't know how many people can buy a home with a $25,000 down payment. And when you're talking to people when they're on that path to home ownership, what the biggest barrier they have, they often cite saving up for that down payment. And so this is a bill that has been for many years in the works. There's many people who came to work together for this bill, and I am so happy that it is finally passing. So I stand here in strong support and ask for additional written comments.
So ordered.
Thank you.
Representative Muraoka.
In support.
Please proceed.
Can I have the words of the previous speaker and adopt it as my own?
So ordered.
And I just wanted to point out how pathetic that this such a wonderful bill passed only because it was introduced by a Democrat. This same bill, virtually everything in this bill was introduced many years ago, several times over, by a minority person, a person in the minority caucus. And I just find that very, very appalling to the people of Hawaii who could use this, who could have used this 6 or 7 years ago. But I support this bill. It's a great bill for the people of Hawaii. Just the games in this chamber and in this building should stop for the betterment of...
Madam Speaker, I rise on a point of order. I believe that the Speaker is violating rules by pointing out intent of other members of the caucus.
Thank you, Representative Tam. Representative Moroka, did you have more to add?
No, I said what I had to say. Thank you.
Representative Quinlan.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I rise in strong support.
Please proceed.
May I please adopt the words of the minority leader
So ordered.
and some brief comments.
Please proceed.
First of all, I would like to thank not just the minority leader, but all the members of the minority for their tireless advocacy on this issue. I would also like to point out that the House did pass out the minority's version of this measure last year as a show of good faith and support for their advocacy. And one final thing that I learned when I was a kid playing team sports, it's important to both win and lose with grace.
Standing Conference Committee Report number 113. Representative Iwamoto.
Reservations.
So ordered. Conference Committee Report 115. Representative Kila.
Madam Speaker, in support.
Please proceed.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, on the morning of October 28th, like any normal morning, there was an individual waiting to cross the street, heading to work in Nanakuli. Madam Speaker, while waiting to cross the street to go to work, she was unfortunately struck by a vehicle that was hit by another vehicle. This individual has a name and this individual has a story. And she's also my family member. She's my niece, Tea Mahilona. As traffic came to a standstill, her mother tried to rush to get to her, not being able to get to her in time. She was then rushed to the hospital right across the street at Queens, where she was pronounced, where she had lost her life. This measure, like many measures we put forth before the legislature, is in response to many of the difficulties we faced in the interim. Last year, Hawaii saw one of its most tragic years of incidents as relates to traffic deaths, and we are doing much better this year. But this measure in Section 2 honors her, acknowledging that we must do better to protect our school zones that abate our school roads. But I also know, Madam Speaker, we can install every crosswalk, every speed bump, every camera to try to make our roads safer, but there is an inherent kuleana, us as motorists and us as users, to make sure that the road is safe for all. So although this amount of $2 million may not solve all the problems, it shall be known that whatever improvements come from this act, it is in honor of Tea. And if you folks would just allow me to share, she is the oldest of 4. She was the only daughter to Keli and Amanda Mahilona. She was training to become a pilot and unfortunately lost her life at the young age of 19. So as we continue to make our roads safer, I'd like folks to think about Tea and the many people that have lost their life due to negligence. And as we try to make our school zones safer as well, this is a kako effort, and I thank the legislature for their support in this measure. Mahalo.
Representative Gideon.
Madam Speaker, in support, I would like to adopt the words of the previous speaker as my own.
So ordered. Representative Chen.
In support. Request to insert written comments.
So ordered. Representative Capella.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. In support.
Please proceed.
May I adopt the words of the Chair of Transportation?
So ordered.
And I'd like to thank him for his work on this issue. This is an issue that touches every single district across our state. And having had many students be injured on their way to school or trying to walk home, and unfortunately having a young elementary schooler lose her life because we didn't have a safe crosswalk and because there was a drunk driver on the road. So I genuinely appreciate the Chair of Transportation for his efforts to move this forward, and for every single young person who will hopefully be able to get to school and home safely.
Okay, members, Conference Committee Report number 117, 120, 121. Representative Cochran.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I rise in opposition and request to enter words into the journal, please.
So ordered. Thank you. Conference Committee Report number 122. Representative Reyes-Oda.
With reservations.
So ordered. Report number 127. Representative Lowen.
Thanks. In strong support and permission to insert comments in the journal.
So ordered. Report number 128. Representative Cochran.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Rise in opposition and request to enter words into the journal.
So ordered. Report number 129. 130. Oh, Representative Chun on 129.
Yes, 129.
Please proceed.
On support and request to insert written comments into the journal.
So ordered.
Thank you.
Representative Cochran.
Same request.
So ordered. Report number 130. Representative Shimizu.
Rise in opposition.
Please proceed.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, I'm supportive of registering more people to vote. My concern is just the overall system being cleaned in our voter rolls and making sure that our chief elections officer is preparing and ready for the anticipated increased influx of these new voters, and having organizational structures to properly manage and handle these voters before this bill gets put in place and things get out of hand. Otherwise, we will be adding to and creating a bigger problem and further damaging public trust in our voting system. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Report number 131. Representative Cochran.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I rise in opposition and request written comments.
So ordered. Representative Shimizu.
Reservations, please.
So ordered. Report number 132. 133. Representative Iwamoto.
Reservations.
So ordered. Representative Keela.
Support with permission to insert written comments, please.
So ordered. Representative Cochran.
With reservations.
So ordered. Report number 134. Representative Keela.
Madam Speaker, in support.
Please proceed.
I would be remiss to not, one, acknowledge and thank our drafting agencies in the House majority for helping me move this bill forward, and the two Deputy Attorney Generals that assisted with me in this measure, Tricia Nakamatsu and Mark Tom. As we try to make our roads safer, one part of it is revoking people's licenses who lawfully should have them revoked. This measure before the body allows us to close a loophole that is often exploited and continues to try to make this process more stronger. So with the efficacy of both the House and Tricia and Mark, I am really thankful to put this before the legislature, and thank you folks for your support.
Report number 135. Representative Shimizu.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. In opposition.
Please proceed.
Madam Speaker, this is a really nice idea, but unfortunately, we know with our tight budget situation, I would prefer that we defer this idea for another time. And I would also suggest that if in some future time that this is considered, we should offer this opportunity to our high school students who can maximize their skills and talents for this project. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Representative Capella.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. In support.
Please proceed.
I really like this bill. I think it's a wonderful idea, and I don't see it as something that takes away from our budget. In fact, I think it adds, because at the end of the day, this is an investment in future writers. This is an investment in our children, and that is always something beneficial. My only issue with this measure is that both of the pilot locations are located here in the urban core of Honolulu. I think in the future, we need to think about making sure that if we're going to pilot something, we should also pilot on a neighbor island so that we have more diversity and we can strengthen pathways for students across our state, not just in Honolulu.
Report number 136. Representative Cochran.
Thank you. I rise in opposition. Request to enter comments.
So ordered. Report number 138. Representative Iwamoto.
Reservations.
So ordered. Report number 142. Report number 144. Representative Keela.
Reservations, Madam Speaker.
So ordered. Representative Morikawa for the vote.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. On the measures before us, all majority members vote aye, with the exception of the following. On page 33, CCR number 107-26, HB number 2171, HD1, SD1, CD1, Rep. Iwamoto votes no. CCR number 110-26, HB number 2505, HD1, SD1, CD1, Rep. Hartsfield votes no. On page 35, CCR number 120-26, SB number 3229, SD1, HD1, CD1, Rep. Iwamoto votes no. CCR number 122-26, SB number 3069, SD1, HD1, CD1, Rep. Iwamoto votes no. On page 36, CCR number 127-26, SB number 2999, SD1, HD2, CD1, Rep. Kong votes no. CCR number 130-26, SB number 2239, SD1, HD1, CD1, the following vote no. Hartsfield, Keela, Kong. CCR number 131-26, HB number 1741, HD2, SD1, CD1, Rep. Grandinetti votes no. That's it. Thank you.
Representative Garcia.
On the measures before us, all minority members vote aye with the exception of the following. On CCR 105-26, House Bill 1642, HD1, SD1, CD1, Representatives Alcos, Cochran, Garcia, Gideon, Matsumoto, Muraoka, and Perrick vote no. On CCR 106-26, House Bill 2338, HD1, SD1, Representative Perrick votes no. On CCR 107-26, House Bill 2171, HD1, SD1, CD1, Perrick votes no. On page 35, CCR 121-26, SB 2338, SD1, HD2, CD1, Representatives Cochran, Garcia, Gideon, Muraoka, and Perrick vote no. On CCR 122-26, Senate Bill 3069, SD1, HD1, CD1, Representatives Alcos and Garcia vote no. On page 36, CCR 127-26, SB 2999, SD1, HD2, CD1, Representatives Alcos, Garcia, Gideon, Matsumoto, Muraoka, Shimizu, and Perrick vote no. On CCR 128-26, Senate Bill 2060, SD2, HD1, CD1, Representatives Cochran and Perrick vote no. On CCR 130-26, Senate Bill 2239, SD1, HD1, CD1, Representatives Alcos, Cochran, Garcia, Gideon, Matsumoto, Muraoka, Shimizu, and Perrick vote no. On CCR 131-26, House Bill 1741, HD2, SD1, CD1, Representative Cochran votes no.
On page 37, CCR 133-26, House Bill 2023, HD2, SD1, CD1, Representatives Alcos, Garcia, and Perrick vote no. On CCR 135-26, Senate Bill 2877, SD1, HD1, CD1, Representatives Garcia, Muraoka, Shimizu, and Perrick vote no. On CCR 136-26, Senate Bill 2598, HD1, CD1, Representatives Alcos, Cochran, Garcia, Gideon, and Muraoka vote no. On page 38, CCR 142-26, House Bill 2329, HD1, SD1, CD1, Representatives Cochran, Garcia, Gideon, Shimizu, and Perrick vote no. And lastly, on CCR 144-26, House Bill 1838, HD2, SD1, CD1, Perrick votes no.
Members, have all votes been cast? Representative Cochran.
Madam Speaker, 140-26, I'm just wanting to double check that I registered a no vote.
On 140-26, we'll be taking up that measure on Friday. That measure had a floor amendment.
Oh, sorry. And yeah, that's it. Sorry, thank you.
Members, have all votes been cast? If so, said measures, accept measures attached to Conference Committee Reports 114-26 and 140-26, said bills pass final reading. Representative Kahaloa.
Madam Speaker, I move to adopt the Conference Committee reports listed on pages 39 through 45, and that the accompanied House and Senate bills as amended pass final reading.
Representative Morikawa.
Madam Speaker, I second the motion.
Members, any discussion on these items, beginning with Conference Committee Report number 149? 150? Representative Iwamoto.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I rise in opposition.
Please proceed.
This bill was initially about setting policies and procedures to help Department of Education workers when they experience severe or physical harassment. I was impressed with the introducer's original bill in its original form because it demonstrated what I already knew as a former Board of Education member, that there are numerous criminal statutes that protect educational workers and with elevated sentences. I read the testimony provided in the Education Committee, and not one testifier, not even the athletic director who was recently victimized, she did not even ask for additional or elevated criminal provisions to be added to this bill. However, criminal provisions were added. And in testimony against this added criminalizing language, I agree wholeheartedly with the Office of the Public Defender as it wrote in its testimony in opposition to this amended section. The Office of the Public Defender supports protections of the safety and well-being of Hawaii's educational workers. School administrators, teachers, counselors, and other educational staff should not be subjected to severe harassment, intimidation, and disruptive conduct in the course of their employment. However, educational workers are already protected from such legal conduct under current statutes for harassment, assault, and terroristic threatening. This bill now seeks, these are my words, this bill now seeks to add the following as harassment: disrupts or interferes with administration or function of any school, school administration office, or school board. So even a peaceful protest or nonviolent civil disobedience could get students put in jail for a year. Or the parents who did a sit-in opposing Furlough Fridays, if they sat in the Board of Education office instead of, let's say, Governor Lingel's office, they could also be put in prison for a year because they could be construed as disrupting the functions of the school board. So for that reason, I'm in opposition.
Representative Woodson.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Support?
Please proceed.
Thank you. This bill adds process protections for our teachers, for our educators, and for our sports officials. It says that schools need to propose a safety plan to educators that are alleging harassment. It says that an investigation shall be conducted as to the validity of that complaint. It says that leave of absence shall be granted to our educators to obtain a TRO. It says that the AG can assist these educators in obtaining their TROs. That is a significant industry standard shift. We appreciate our AG. It also creates a misdemeanor for harassment for our educational workers. And what the previous speaker said is inaccurate, actually, because of course we want our parents to advocate for our kids, for their kids. That is, in fact, encouraged. Of course we want them to do that. But what you cannot do is you cannot disrupt an official proceeding. We don't even allow that in this chamber. You cannot threaten a teacher. You cannot threaten their kids. You cannot say to a teacher, we know where you live, we're following your kids, and we're watching you. And you certainly cannot strike or otherwise cause bodily harm to our educators or to our sports officials. All of these things are happening now. And it has to stop, Speaker. It has to stop. Education needs to be a safe place, not only for our kids, it needs to be a safe place for our educators and for our sports official. And for that reason, I stand in strong support of this proposal.
Representative Martin.
In support, may I adopt the words of the Education Chair as if they were my own?
So ordered. Representative Souza.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. In strong support, now I would like the words of the Education Chair entered into the record as my own. Thank you.
So ordered. Representative Iwamoto.
Opposition, second time.
Please proceed.
Thank you. All of the horrible, horrible things that were mentioned by the Education Chair, I agree with 100%. That needs to stop. We need enforcement, and our current revised statutes does allow for the prosecution of those kinds of egregious things that were mentioned currently in our laws right now without passing this bill. And again, the first section of this bill, I love it. It's great. It does everything I thought we should be doing. It's, again, the second part, the added and expanded definition of harassment and the chilling effect that it would have. Again, I come to looking at some of these bills and language that we're adding to the revised statute from the perspective of an advocate. And when I see these kinds of things, it just feels like, although I know the intent is honorable and wonderful, the effect could be, if you're on the wrong side of messaging, it could be quite silencing and not in the interest of democracy and public engagement. Thank you.
Representative Reyes-Oda.
I apologize, Speaker and members, and when we have time, if we may go back to HB 2344.
Okay, let's finish up on Conference Committee Report 150. Any further discussion? Okay, seeing none, we'll go back to Conference Committee Report number 149. Representative Reyes-Oda.
Thank you. I rise in support.
Please proceed.
We've kicked the can down the road long enough. For years, we've talked about declining enrollment, aging facilities, and underused schools, but we haven't taken decisive action. Meanwhile, the cost of doing nothing keeps growing. We've studied this problem long enough. HB 2344 gives us a fair, data-driven way to finally act. Between 2017 and 2019, the state spent nearly $8 million on the Jacobs study. That was a statewide school facility study, and that work confirmed what we already knew. Enrollment is down, many campuses are underutilized, and resources are spread too thin. But nothing changed because we had no clear way to act on that data. Taxpayers already paid for the data, and this bill ensures we finally use that data. At the same time, declining enrollment doesn't mean there's a declining need. We have many small schools operating far below capacity. While population shifts and housing developments, especially in areas that have these big developments being built, means that we need new, modern, and resilient schools in different locations. We need right schools in the right places for today's Hawaii. HB 2344 is a missing link. It takes politics out of the process, relies on data, ensures public input, and finally turns years of study into action. This bill is about right-sizing our system so that we can reinvest in students and plan responsibly for the future of public education in Hawaii.
Okay, members, we're back on Conference Committee Report number 153. Representative Iwamoto.
Reservations.
So ordered. Report number 154. Representative Templo.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. In support.
Please proceed.
And permission to add words into the journal.
So ordered.
Thank you.
Report number 159. Representative Shimizu.
In support.
Please proceed.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, I agree the influence of money should be taken out of our government, starting with our campaigns. And to help promote this value to our public, I would argue that we need to establish reasonable spending and fundraising caps so that all candidates are on the same financial playing field, and the voters will then consider one's character, values, and policy to determine the best candidate to vote for, and not by the influence that money can buy. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Representative Bellotti.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. In support.
Please proceed.
Madam Speaker, I rise in strong support. As many of you know, I started off in politics as a campaign spending commissioner, as a young student coming out of college, wanting to volunteer and finding myself serving on the Campaign Spending Commission. So this policy proposal is near and dear to my heart. Some of you also know that I'm a little bit of a history geek, a history nerd, and this program, the partial public financing, is something that is mandated by our state constitution. In fact, it was developed in the 1978 Constitutional Convention. So as a history geek, as a little bit of a history nerd, what I love about this institution is that this is a place where we are constantly talking to each other across generations, across years, across legislatures. And when I looked to this Constitutional Convention, the proceedings of 1978, over 48 years ago, some of us weren't born, I can say I was 4 years old, it is so unbelievable to see the names of the people who supported this. Weatherwax, Hale, Wahe'e, Ihara, Campbell, Antani, Jim Schoen, a predecessor of mine when he was a young man. And to hear that they were saying many of the same things about campaign financing then in 1978. I want to share the words of Delegate Schoen when he was talking about this proposal, about putting this into the state constitution and why we needed it. He said, quote, "What we have before us is the marketplace syndrome. That is, those who are wealthy, those who are plugged in, those who have connections to the source of wealth, they are taken care of. But those who are not, why, they should compete as well as anyone else. After all is fair, everything being equal. But everything is not equal. When we are electing public officials, we're not electing everyone who has the same income or the same opportunities to gather financing for their campaigns. Supposedly, we're electing people to serve, and the qualifications for service, I have never seen written down in any constitution or any law that the qualifications must be you are successful, wealthy, have access to resources to finance your campaign in a luxurious way. Supposedly, the qualifications to run for office have to do with character, opinion, willingness to serve. Delegate Schoen goes on to say, I would ask you to consider that under the present system, those who have the most wealth are favored. Under the proposed committee proposal, those who do not have an awful lot of wealth, an awful lot of connection are given a fighting chance. He goes on to say, this idea of imposing a burden on the taxpayer, I do not understand that, because as one of the delegates who spoke earlier mentioned, every time someone is elected whose campaign has been financed not by his constituents, but by a very special interest-oriented group, every time someone is elected in that manner, I submit to you, the constituents of that representative have been compromised. I ask you to support the existing proposal on the basis that it gives those who do not have a great deal of wealth a fighting chance. Those words ring true today with this proposal. With this proposal that makes available for public financing more money that has not been significantly increased since 1995, over 31 years ago. Madam Speaker, the last time partial public financing was used in a significant way was by Governor David Ige, taking on an incumbent. And he was successful. He did not have all the money behind him, but he had the people behind him. And I think it's because of this kind of program that we give a fighting chance. We give people an option. We give voters options, and that makes for a stronger democracy. For those reasons, I strongly support this proposal, and I thank the Judiciary Chair and the Finance Chair and leadership for moving this bill forward, because I think as we look at questions of corruption, the need to restore trust, it is measures like this, coupled with others that we are taking up this session, that will do exactly that, begin to restore public trust in our democratic institutions. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Representative Souza.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I rise in strong support.
Please proceed.
I would like the words of my Good Government Caucus co-chair entered into the record as my own.
So ordered.
And just a brief comment, just to reiterate that this measure will level the playing field for candidates, especially good candidates who want to seek public office. Mahalo.
Standing Conference Committee Report number 160, 161, 162, 163. Representative Cochran.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I rise in opposition. During the discussion on this in transportation, the testimony showed drawings of such a water carrier, wing and ground craft. So it's something that is in, I guess in discussion. It's not like technically really real. They are to test it in waters on the East Coast, which I feel is not conducive to our Hawaii oceans conditions and environment. So I rise in opposition at this time. So I think we're just it's like kind of the cart before the horse situation here. Thank you very much.
Representative Poi Poi.
Thank you, Speaker. In opposition and a comment?
Please proceed.
I feel like the exemption proposed in this bill is extremely premature for the technology, which is far from being proven safe. This bill is for Regent and its prototype Sea Glider. It's an electric craft that starts off in the water, it hydrofoils, and then it goes airborne. And transition through these three phases still do not work reliably and will remain in prototype indefinitely. Last October, a demonstration flight malfunctioned. One of the wings struck the water, and the craft needed to be towed back to port while they figure out what went wrong. So far, they've only been tested in very calm conditions, and not in our waters, and still unsuccessfully. Our channels are rough and unforgiving in some of the roughest waters in the world. Also, highly corrosive salt air. I know there is a push to get these to Hawaii ASAP, but I am more cautious. Prove it somewhere else before you come here and put our most vulnerable residents at risk. I'm concerned that our most vulnerable community members will be the ones, our kupuna, our keiki, our medically frail, who will end up being the guinea pigs for this technology. These crafts fly about 30 to 60 feet above the water. So like that gold ornament up to the ceiling above the water. It's unclear if they measure from the trough or the crest, but that can be significantly, a significant variation depending on a swell. And that limited space doesn't provide for a lot of space to course correct or to get out of the way if you're in the water. I've heard sentiment that, yes, it flies where whales breach, but they're not actually going to bang a whale. Well, they're not until they do. And the waters in Maui County are also a whale sanctuary, so we need to have that extra level of consideration. And it's not just whales, it's seabirds, porpoises, dolphins, and there are other things like logs or driftwood or turtles in the water that could come in contact with the hydrofoils and cause hazards. I'm also concerned for traditional and customary practitioners and practices. Having these craft fly so low above the water while practicing kilo or subsistence gathering can substantially interfere with the sanctity of the practices. Even with fishing, diving, paddling, boating could also be impacted. Perhaps we do need to establish a new regulatory structure for these types of emerging technology at the state level, but for now that is the PUC, I guess, and that's what we have. I would support an exemption at a point in time that we do have a better place to place it at the state level. I know that the Coast Guard oversees some of these aspects, but this will be occurring in state waters, so I do think that we should have some state level oversight to provide the public a space to participate. So for those reasons, not in support of this bill. Thank you.
Representative Iwamoto,
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I rise in opposition.
please proceed.
Thank you, and I ask that the words of the representatives from Molokai and Lahaina be entered into the record as my own, and if I could say a few more words. As the representative from Kaka'ako, where Kewalo Basin is located, so the aircraft that's being referred to here would actually, my understanding, the plans are for it to take off and land in the waters of Kewalo Basin. Some concerns have been raised about where would the public go to if the noise and if the threat to the people using the water, if it does become a concern. And I echo the sentiments made by the representative from Molokai that there needs to be a clear place for the public to bring its concerns and questions. Thank you very much.
So ordered. Representative Kila,
Madam Speaker, in strong support,
please proceed.
I'd like to adopt the words from the representative from Molokai as if they were my own.
So ordered. Okay, members are at the top of page 41, Conference Committee Report 164, 166. Representative Chun,
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I rise in support.
please proceed.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. So after learning about this measure passing out of conference committee, I had a chance to reflect on all the work that it goes into getting a measure across the finish line. It really does take patience and a village to take an idea and turn it into action. I wanted to start by thanking my colleagues, all of you first, in both the House and the Senate, and especially the House Chair of Health, Chair of Human Services and Homelessness, the Consumer Protection and Commerce Chair, and the Chair of Finance, along with the Senate Chair of Health and Human Services, Chair of Consumer Protection, and the Chair of Ways and Means, for scheduling this bill in their respective committees and allocating the funding for it. There are countless volunteer advocates from the American Cancer Society Cancer Action Network and other cancer advocacy groups, oncologists, medical professionals, University of Hawaii Cancer Center researchers and staff, members of the Hawaii Comprehensive Cancer Coalition, and the Colorectal Cancer Task Force that really made a difference along the way. So members, this is really a full circle moment for me. I actually floated the original idea of this bill back in 2012. It started with then the House Health Chair, Ryan Yamane, who is now the DHS Director, which is another ironic full circle moment for him because he now runs the department that will implement this program. And also Senate Consumer Protection Chair, Senator Roz Baker, who introduced not only the original version of this bill in 2012, but multiple versions of this bill over the years. I also believe this is a full circle moment for her as well, since in those 14 years, not only did she introduce many versions of this bill, but she also worked to create a colorectal cancer screening working group in that time. But, Madam Speaker, let me be clear. This is not just something that deserved to pass because it waited 14 years. Colorectal cancer has become the #1 cause of death for people under the age of 50. Here's a statistic. 1 out of every 5 colorectal cancer diagnoses are for people under the age of 50. It is alarming because we've operated under the assumption that the onset of cancer increases with age, and the increase in cancer diagnoses among younger adults is concerning. Colorectal cancer is treatable, however, if caught early. We have seen immense strides in early detection and screening modalities that can catch this deadly cancer early. But a lot of times, colorectal cancer can grow undetected without any visible signs or symptoms. And simply waiting for the warning signs to show can be dangerous, because at that point, it might be too late. This is why this program is so important, so that everyone has access to a potential life-saving screening and treatment. If there is one other person I would like to recognize, Madam Speaker, it is the late State Representative and former Vice Speaker of the House, Jackie Young. To me, she was a true champion for cancer patients and their families. I learned a lot about the legislative process and advocacy from her when she shared stories of her time in the legislature. While she is no longer with us, I know she would have been proud to know that this legislature prioritized cancer screenings for people in our community who need it the most, so that we can continue to save more lives from cancer. Madam Speaker, I urge all of my colleagues to support this measure. It has finally come full circle for cancer prevention for the people of our state. Mahalo.
Conference Committee Report number 167, 168, 169, 170. Representative Amato.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. In support,
please proceed.
We all remember the disabled kupuna who perished in the August 2023 wildfire. According to the Department of Health, 1 in 7 Hawaii residents has a disability. Half of the physically disabled are kupuna. As the only federally acknowledged physically disabled member of this body, I introduced HB 2443, a bill I call SAFER, Support for Accessible Fire and Emergency Response, that improves emergency planning, response, and recovery efforts by creating a Hawaii Emergency Management Agency Disability Specialist position, ensuring fire and disaster planning and response considers disabled individuals. Federal ADA law requires that state governments give people with disabilities an equal opportunity to benefit from activities. But more importantly, all community members deserve to be considered in times of disaster. And this bill is a start at recognizing this longer-term goal. I am grateful to my colleagues who supported this bill and the chairs of the Public Safety and our Finance Chair who saw the wisdom in protecting our kupuna and our disabled members of our community. Thank you for your attention to this matter and for your support.
Conference Committee Report number 171. Representative Cochran.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I rise with reservations and request to enter written comments, please.
So ordered.
Thank you.
Report number 172. Representative Shimizu.
In support.
Please proceed.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I previously voted down this bill with the goal to protect cost of living issues and preventing increased small business costs. But as I have gone through committee hearings and conference committee and weighing the amendments back and forth, I realize there's a balance of give and take and the need for our government to fund needed repairs and maintenance. So at this point, Madam Speaker, I trust my chair's judgment and that this bill can strike a fair balance between paying for infrastructure use and improve facilities that help promote one's business to thrive. So I rise in support. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Representative Cochran.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I rise in support with reservations, only in the sense that I know that as we rebuild Lahaina Harbor in places, the fees will be collected and the businesses will pay into it and have been, but it doesn't necessarily go back to the revenues don't go back to where they were taken from the actual businesses. And so that's been an ongoing complaint of the businesses in certain districts if there's fees, penalties, and charges on certain items, but they go back to general fund, or most of the brunt of the allocations come back to this island due to probably the sheer number of population. So hopefully moving forward in the future, there's we can work on something where fees are collected that, you know, a good portion of that revenue goes back to where it was garnered from. Thank you.
Conference Committee Report number 173. Representative Poi Poi.
In support, with permission to enter comments into the journal.
So ordered.
Thank you.
Report number 174. Representative Cochran.
Thank you. Just rising support with reservations. Thank you.
So ordered. Report 175. Report 177. Report 179. 180. 180. Representative Reyes-Ora.
I rise in support.
Please proceed.
Teacher pay in Hawaii has not kept pace with reality. While salaries may look competitive on paper when adjusted for the cost of living, Hawaii teachers are among the lowest paid in the nation. Years of salary stagnation has made it harder for educators to build a future here. Many teachers have to resort to taking second jobs. The result is clear. We are losing teachers at an alarming rate. Too many leave the profession or the state within just a few years, creating instability in classrooms, impacting student success. Retaining experienced teachers is just as important as recruiting new ones, if not more important. This bill is a statement that Hawaii believes in its educators. By reaffirming annual and longevity step increases, subject to collective bargaining and legislative appropriation, we show respect for their expertise, commitment, and service. This bill sends a clear message. If teachers choose to stay and serve our students, Hawaii will value and support them.
Report number 181. 182. 185. Representative Amato.
With reservations.
So ordered. Representative Shimizu.
Support.
Please proceed.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Now, I would normally question if this might possibly be redundant or unnecessary with the state auditor's work already being done in this area, but out of healthy respect and appreciation for the introducer and former finance chair, I support this bill and look forward to important, meaningful data that can strategically guide this future legislature and legislation and policy for better and wiser funding or cutbacks as applicable for allocations. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Report number 186. Report number 187. 190. 191. Representative Iwamoto.
Reservations.
So ordered. Report number 192. For number 193, Representative Iwamoto.
Madam Speaker, I rise in opposition.
Please proceed.
This bill appropriates funds to the City and County of Honolulu to facilitate the receipt, handling, and humane disposition of feral chickens that have already been caught. Why are we giving the county money to do something they should already be doing? Whenever we allocate funds to the county for these kinds of things, I think about the way we raise revenue. We raise revenue from working families, whereas the county raises the majority of its revenue from landowners. If they already caught the chicken, why do they need state funding to humanely dispose of it? What are they going to do? Keep it, what are they going to do if we don't give them the money? They have the chicken. Anyway, I'm opposed to this bill.
Representative Morikawa for the vote.
Madam Speaker, on the measures before us, all majority members vote aye with the exception of the following. On page 39, CCR number 149-26, HB number 2344, HD1SD2, CD1, Rep. Iwamoto votes no. CCR number 150-26, HB number 1888, HD3SD2, CD1, Rep. Iwamoto votes no. On page 40, CCR number 159-26, HB number 2050, HD1SD1, CD1, Rep. Kitagawa votes no. CCR number 161-26, SB number 3215, HD1, CD1, the following vote no. Belatti, Peruso, Poi Poi. CCR number 163-26, SB number 2400, SD1, HD1, CD1, the following vote no. Belatti, Hartsfield, Iwamoto, Peruso, Poi Poi. On page 41, CCR number 167-26, HB number 1541, HD2, SD1, CD1, Rep. Iwamoto votes no. On page 43, CCR number 174-26, HB number 1710, HD2, SD2, CD1, the following vote no. Belatti, Peruso, Poi Poi. On page 44, CCR number 181-26, SB number 177, SD1, HD1, CD1, the following vote no. Belatti, Peruso, Poi Poi. CCR number 186-26, HB number 1870, HD2, SD1, CD1, Rep. Kong votes no. And on page 45, CCR number 187-26, HB number 1839, HD2, SD2, CD1, Rep. Kong votes no. And CCR number 193-26, SB number 2892, SD1, HD1, CD1, Rep. Iwamoto votes no.
Representative Garcia.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. On the measures before us, all minority members vote aye with the exception of the following. On page 40, CCR 159-26, House Bill 2450, HD1, SD1, CD1, Representatives Alcos, Cochran, Garcia, Gideon, Matsumoto, Reyes Oda, and Pirrick vote no. On CCR 163-26, Senate Bill 2400, SD1, HD1, CD1, Representatives Alcos, Cochran, Garcia, Gideon, and Shimizu vote no. On page 41, CCR 164-26, House Bill 1618, HD1, SD1, CD1, Representatives Muraoka and Pirrick vote no. On CCR 166-26, House Bill 1969, HD2, SD1, CD1, Pirrick votes no. CCR 167-26, House Bill 1541, HD2, SD1, CD1, Pirrick votes no. On CCR 168-26, House Bill 2310, HD1, SD1, CD1, Representative Muraoka votes no. On page 42, CCR 172-26, House Bill 649, HD1, SD1, CD1, Representatives Alcos, Garcia, Matsumoto, Muraoka, and Perrick vote no. On page 43, CCR 175-26, Senate Bill 2802, SD1, HD1, CD1, Representative Perrick votes no. On CCR 177-26, House Bill 1974, HD1, SD1, CD1, Representative Perrick votes no. On CCR 179-26, House Bill 1891, HD1, SD1, CD1, Representative Perrick votes no. On page 44, CCR 182-26, Senate Bill 2101, SD1, HD1, CD1, Representatives Alcos, Cochran, Garcia, Gideon, and Muraoka vote no. On CCR 185-26, House Bill 2429, House Draft 2, Senate Draft 2, Conference Draft 1, Representatives Alcos, Cochran, Garcia, Gideon, and Muraoka vote no. On CCR 186-26, House Bill 1870, HD2, SD1, CD1, Representatives Alcos, Garcia, Matsumoto, Muraoka, Shimizu, and Perrick vote no. On page 45, CCR 187-26, House Bill 1839, HD2, SD2, CD1, Representatives Alcos, Garcia, and Perrick vote no. On CCR 191-26, SB 2671, SD1, HD2, CD1, Representative Cochran votes no. And on CCR 193-26, Senate Bill 2892, SD1, HD1, CD1, Representatives Alcos, Cochran, Garcia, Muraoka, and Souza vote no.
Members, have all votes been cast? Representative Keela.
Madam Speaker, for Conference Committee Report 182-26, SB 2101, SD1, HD1, CD1, may I please register a no vote?
Can you read the number again more slowly, please, Representative Keela?
On Conference Committee Report 182-26, SB 2101, SD1, HD1, CD1, may I please register a no vote?
Conference Committee Report number 182, Representative Keela as a no vote.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. On Conference Committee Report 186-26, HB 180, HD2, SD1, CD1, may I please register reservations?
On Conference Committee Report number 186, Representative Keela, reservations.
Last one, Conference Committee Report 187-26, HB 1839, HD2, SD2, CD1, may I please register reservations?
Reservations for Representative Keela. And if you can, next time, while we're going through the discussion on these, please stand up with your reservations. Thank you, Representative Keela. Representative Shimizu.
My apologies, Madam Speaker. I'd like to register reservations for CCR 187, HB 1839. That's all. Thank you.
Representative Shimizu, Conference Committee Report 187 with reservation. So ordered. And next time, please, while we're going through the discussion, Representative Muraoka.
I don't have reservations. Madam Speaker, CCR 163-26, SB 2400, SD1, HD1, CD1. Can I register a no vote, please?
Conference Committee Report number 163, Senate Bill number 2400, Senate Draft 1, House Draft 1, Conference Draft 1, Representative Muraoka, no vote.
Thank you.
So ordered. Okay, members, have all votes been cast? So said bills pass final reading. We're at the top of page 46. I just wanted to know, members, we are going to defer Conference Committee Report number 196-26, located on page 46. This is House Bill number 306, one legislative day. Representative Kahaloa.
Madam Speaker, with the exception of Conference Committee Reports numbers 196-26 and 217-26, I move to adopt the standing committee reports listed on pages 46 through 52, and that the accompanying House and Senate bills, as amended, pass final reading.
Representative Morikawa.
Madam Speaker, I second the motion.
Any discussion on these items, beginning with Conference Committee Report number 194? Representative Keela.
Madam Speaker, reservations, please.
So ordered. Conference Committee Report 197. Representative Reyes-Oda.
With reservations.
So ordered. Representative Garrett.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. In opposition?
Please proceed.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I want to start by acknowledging the immense work that went into this measure by the introducer of this bill, along with your Water, Land, and Judiciary committees. And I also want to be clear about one provision I do support, and that is the authority to extend existing leases, which is necessary if astronomy is going to continue in Hawaii. The current leases on Mauna Kea are approaching expiration in 2033. In astronomy, 7 years is not a long runway. These are long-term, capital-intensive investments that require decades of planning, financing, and sustained commitment. Without the ability to extend those leases, institutions will hesitate to invest here, or they will invest somewhere else. So while granting lease extension authority during this transition is not ideal, I believe it is necessary to provide stability and preserve a future for astronomy in Hawaii. But I cannot support the broader direction of continued delay. At the same time, we are trying to create certainty for long-term investment. This bill extends the transition timeline, pushing full implementation of the Mauna Kea Stewardship and Oversight Authority to the end of 2029. Madam Speaker, I feel that sends a conflicting message. On one hand, we are telling the world that Hawaii can provide the stability needed for long-term astronomy. But on the other hand, we are signaling that we are not still ready to fully execute the transition we already committed to. That uncertainty has consequences. Madam Speaker, we have already seen opportunities slip away. Hawaii lost out on a roughly $500 million international investment involving the Canada-France-Hawaii telescope because of uncertainty surrounding future leases and long-term governance on Mauna Kea. That is not just a missed project. It is a loss of jobs, research, innovation, and global partnership. And more importantly, it sends a signal to the rest of the world that Hawaii may not be able to provide the certainty that projects of this scale require. When uncertainty grows, investment goes elsewhere. When timelines keep slipping, confidence erodes. And when confidence erodes, Hawaii risks losing its standing as a global leader in astronomy. But Madam Speaker, my concern goes beyond astronomy. This also affects our credibility as a legislature. Deadlines are not arbitrary. They are put in place to create urgency, drive progress, and ensure accountability. When we extend those deadlines, we send a message across government that timelines are flexible, expectations are negotiable, and if an entity falls behind, it can simply come back and ask for more time. That is not a precedent we should normalize. At some point, we have to hold the line. We have to show that when we set expectations, we mean them. And we have to demonstrate that we are serious about follow-through. As chair of your Committee on Higher Education, I care deeply about the future of astronomy in Hawaii. It represents opportunity for our students, our workforce, our research community, and our place on the world stage. But leadership requires credibility, it requires urgency, and it requires discipline in how we govern. This bill gives astronomy one tool it needs. It authorizes lease and sublease extensions before the transfer and up to additional 10 years. But it also extends a transition that should be moving faster, not slower. We should be reinforcing confidence, not raising new doubts. So while I support the lease extension authority as necessary to sustain astronomy in Hawaii, I cannot support the broader direction of continued delay. For these reasons, I stand in opposition. Thank you.
Representative Kush.
Thank you, Speaker. And I stand in strong support. Thank you.
Please proceed.
With the exception of his opposition, I'd like to adopt the words of the previous speaker. They were well said, and I hear him.
So ordered.
I do want to point out that another important role that this bill provides is the ability for the Mauna Kea Stewardship and Oversight Authority to move forward as it has been. While it's been painfully slow, they are gaining speed, and at this point, to change tack or reverse course, I believe would be more detrimental. So providing them the means and the guardrails to move forward as the entity, the preferred entity, to steward Mauna Kea, to balance culture and astronomy is probably the best path forward. It provides the guardrails of the key deadlines for the management plan adoption, submission of administrative rules, and if it doesn't meet those, it will revert back to UH. But I think it needs a time, and that extension provides them that little bit of time to do that community outreach piece and meet all those kind of intangible pieces that this complex legislation is trying to achieve. So with that, I support this, and I hear our higher education chair clearly. Thank you.
Representative Garcia.
Reservations.
So ordered. Report number 198. Representative Reyes-Ota.
With reservations.
So ordered. Representative Souza.
With reservations.
So ordered. Report number 199. Representative Garcia.
In opposition?
Please proceed.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. We cannot forget the children in Hawaii who have been hurt, abused, and even lost their lives within the system that was meant to protect them. Those tragedies are real and they do demand action. Doing nothing is not an option from us and our body. And the intent behind this bill, which is to provide early upstream support to families and prevent deeper involvement within CWS, is a good intent. But as this measure has moved through the process this session, it has shifted. What began as a framework for voluntary services now raises concerns about identifying and potentially tracking families deemed, quote, at risk, without clearly stating in statute that engagement must remain voluntary. That lack of clarity indeed matters. We've been down this road before. After past tragedies, similar bills were brought forward, SB 2323 back in 2018, and later what many know as Ariel's Law. Each time, serious concerns about privacy and government overreach caused those efforts to stall. In 2022, even Governor Ige vetoed a similar bill because of those same reasons. We are told that the implementation will follow existing safeguards, and I appreciate those assurances from the department head. But if those protections are important, which they are, they should be written clearly into the law itself, not left to interpretation later. Because once authority is granted, it must be clearly limited. We do have a responsibility to act, but we must act within the constitutional guardrails that hold back the winds of government intrusion and overreach. Those guardrails protect families and preserve trust within the system. Right now, this bill leaves too much unresolved. Madam Speaker, we can take meaningful steps to protect Hawaii's keiki while still respecting the rights of families, because we have to get it right. For those reasons, no vote.
Representative Martin.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. In support, I just wanted to provide some clarifying comments that this is an entirely voluntary program, just meant to provide financial support to connect families who are not in the Child Protective Services system, but may have had some contact, to provide them with access, to connect them with all kinds of programs that exist in our state to lift up families and reduce the stress and resource scarcity that they might be facing, and also to connect them with parenting and family strengthening classes. This is a response to the Malama Ohana Working Group, which was organized by this body, and they basically, people who had direct lived experience with the Child Protective Services gave their opinions, their mana'o, on how we can do things better. And one of the strongest messages that was put forth was to raise up and help the families before their children are taken away. So that's what this does. It has nothing to do with anything post-custody. Thank you.
Representative Cochran.
Thank you, Chair. And, Madam Speaker. I rise in opposition only in the sense that, of course, I support our needy families and assistance. But this particular bill states that over $830 million were found unspent in this state. And that was eye-opening. And this is going to create this pilot program, which is like a working group, again, and they're going to discuss how to disperse almost $1 billion they found unspent here. And it's going to take 2.4 years till they finally decide on the final outcome on where the money's going to go. So personally, I feel like we need it now and not wait 2.4 years from now in order to utilize almost $1 billion for our needy families. Thank you.
Representative Martin.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I rise to provide further clarification. The funds that were being referred to are our TANF reserve funds, and this proposal would use a small portion of those funds. Some of those funds were used last fall for the Hawaii Relief Program. They have built up in our state because if we were previously, because of federal regulations, COFA residents were not eligible to receive those funds, and as a result, we could not provide any programs in our state that did not also include a state funding to provide the same service for our COFA residents. Now that the federal regulations have changed and we're able to use TANF relief funds for all of our residents, including COFA, now we are starting that spend down, and it started with the Hawaii Relief Program, and now we're looking at other ways to very meaningfully use these funds in many different programs, including this one. Thank you.
Representative Cochran, second time?
Thank you so much, second time. And so also in the bill, it states in multiple other bills that we pass through this body, report to be given to the legislature no later than 20 days prior to the convening of next session. And today, as I stand here, we're still awaiting such reports, in particular an audit. And so it's in here, and I support, of course, receiving reports to see how money's been spent down and utilized. But what happens when it doesn't come through? I just have not seen any recourse on our behalf as a body to force the issue to make sure that it comes onto our desk. So again, I just hope we can put some more teeth and put a little more urgency and hammer on when we put these words into our bills. Thank you.
Just to confirm, still in opposition, correct?
Yes, still in opposition. Thank you.
Conference Committee Report number 202. Representative Lowen.
Thank you. In opposition, but first I want to just recognize that I commend the Chair of Economic Development in the House and the Senate for doing their job and doing this work for the subject matter under their purview. My concerns here are just that in a year when we are repealing a bunch of other tax credits that arguably will help to lower the cost of living for Hawaii's working families, this is the one tax credit that we are expanding. And I just worry about what that says about our legislative priorities, and for that reason, I'm voting no today.
Representative Gideon.
I rise in support.
Please proceed.
I rise today in support of this measure and want to thank the committee chairs and members for their leadership and thoughtful work in moving this bill forward. Mahalo as well to the film industry professionals, local businesses, labor partners, and creative talent who advocated for this measure and shared their expertise throughout the process. This bill supports Hawaii's economy by creating local jobs, strengthening opportunities for small businesses, hotels, restaurants, transportation companies, and many other industries across our islands. It also helps showcase Hawaii to the world. Every movie, television show, or streaming production filmed here highlights the beauty and culture of our islands, while generating valuable exposure that supports tourism and economic activity statewide. Beyond the economic impact, this measure helps create career pathways for local residents in film, media, technology, trades, and creative arts, allowing more kama'aina to build meaningful careers here at home. I'm proud to support this measure. Thank you.
Conference Committee Report number 203. Representative Reyes-Ora.
rise in opposition.
Please proceed.
Aloha Stadium, I have concerns about SB 2074 and the precedent that will set for the future, but I'm going to specifically only address the naming rights. Aloha Stadium is more than just a venue. It is a public space built with public funds, and it belongs to the people of Hawaii. Because of that, the name matters. Names carry history, culture, and meaning. Names help people understand the relationship with our Aina. When we allow a private company to name a public facility, we're making more than a financial decision. We're making a statement about our values. We should ask ourselves whether a few $1 million a year, which won't significantly offset operating costs, is worth the trade-off. Residents are rightly concerned that if this bill moves forward without clear significant safeguards. There are no meaningful standards for cultural respect, no clear limits on contract length, and no strong protections if a naming partner later becomes controversial or inconsistent with community values. Once these contracts are signed, future legislatures may have little ability to undo them. Where is the line between generating revenue and turning public spaces into advertising platforms? And what precedents does this set for other state assets? Soon, there will be price tags on other state buildings and monuments. This is not simply a budget issue. It's a question of stewardship and public trust. I don't believe that we need to rush this decision. We should take the time to add guardrails and ensure that any decision reflects Hawaii's values and our responsibility to future generations, not just a short-term financial pressure. For these reasons, I'm voting no. I remain cautious about this measure and the precedent it would establish. The names of these state buildings, our names, should never be for sale.
Representative Iwamoto.
Reservations.
So ordered. Representative Garcia.
In support.
Please proceed.
Permission to insert written comments in the journal.
So ordered.
And also, Madam Speaker, I would like to say that the good late representative of Ho'oeikai would be happy that this bill has made it to final reading today.
Report number 205. Representative Shimizu.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I rise in support.
Please proceed.
Madam Speaker, this is a great bill that we are able to accomplish this help for people in medical debt. I want to take this opportunity to speak to my colleagues here, and I believe as importantly is how we as leaders help our people by creating policy and systems that are more proactive and preventative to avoid and minimize these outcomes that we are addressing in this bill. As much as we can, Madam Speaker, I believe we should try to educate our people regarding good health, healthy lifestyles, diet, exercise, regular checkups, as well as financial literacy to confirm fiscal balance and discipline to practice this type of lifestyle and making sure to establish adequate health insurance coverages. Madam Speaker, I know that as I've experienced my time here, my short time here, I'm surrounded by people who have this at heart and attempt to do this to a large degree. I felt it would be an opportune time to highlight this lofty goal. I don't have the answers, but I'm surrounded by many who I believe can collectively move our people and our state in a healthier direction. No pun intended. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Representative Bellotti.
Thank you, Madam Speaker, in strong support.
Please proceed.
You know, as we look at our families, working families struggling with the cost of living in our communities, we know that housing, childcare, higher education, and healthcare are some of the highest cost drivers. So this bill like so many other states that are looking at medical debt, really addresses one of those large cost drivers. And for those reasons, in strong support of Senate Bill 3025 CD1. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Top of page 48, Conference Committee Report number 207, 208. Representative Reyes-Oda.
With reservations.
So ordered. Representative Garcia.
Same request.
So ordered. Representative Iwamoto.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I rise in opposition.
Please proceed.
This bill allows the Department of Education and charter schools to hire unlicensed individual teachers on an emergency basis for 5 rather than 3 years. It requires that unlicensed teachers hired on an emergency basis make continuous and verifiable progress towards satisfying licensing requirements. The reason why I'm opposed to this bill is because although I appreciate that one element that they pursue continuous and verifiable progress towards satisfying licensure requirements, the problem is there was no enforcement language put in. There was no consequence. What would happen if on the first year, the emergency hire doesn't pursue anything, just doesn't even bust a move to pursue licensure, and so what happens then, and what happens on the second year? Do you revoke the license? Do you kick them out? There's no consequences. So my concern with this is that it was just, that language was put in just to make some people feel better, possibly, because I don't see how this is going to be enforced. Thank you.
Report number 210. Report number 211. Representative Iwamoto.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I rise in opposition.
Please proceed.
My reading of this bill, it includes $49.5 million for the Stadium Development Special Fund. I surveyed my district last month and received almost 400 responses. I asked the question, how do we fund this new Aloha Stadium? The majority actually said either that they did not want a new stadium or that the stadium should be built with private money only. Thank you very much.
Top of page 49, Conference Committee Report number, Representative Shimizu, are you on 211? Please proceed.
In support, Madam Speaker.
Please proceed.
Madam Speaker, I can understand we have varying views on any one issue. I am in support of our Aloha Stadium redevelopment project that is located in my very strategic District 32. Going through conference committee and having some discussion with members and chairs, I've gained understanding how important this bill is towards the success of this project, which I am behind. The developer has worked earnestly and tirelessly to deliver this project to our state. With such a complicated process accomplished to date, we need to very carefully and respectfully consider our shared goals for a win-win outcome. Based on seeing the opposing testimony from the developer, what was highlighted for me during conference committee was how important our discussions and coordination is needed for our bills as legislators creating them. So, I just want to digress. I felt the proud moments of Representative Chun and Amato as they saw their bills.
Would you like to refer to their district areas?
Excuse me. My apologies. The representative from Pro City and Kihei.
Thank you.
Where was I? Thank you. Again, just going back to the great and important work we do here to do something great for our people. And I would like to thank my colleagues for your support for our new Olo Stadium development. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Okay, members, we're at the top of page 49, report number 212. Representative Iwamoto.
Reservations.
So ordered. Report number 213. 215. Representative Cochran.
213?
On 213, please proceed.
Yeah, with reservations.
So ordered.
And sir, I'm really, really sorry, but at the proper opportunity, can I revert back to 153, CCR 153?
153?
HB 2474. At the
Sorry, Rep.
proper
Cochran,
time.
what is the conference committee report number?
153?
I think we've already voted on that one.
Vote on that one? Isn't it under the, I think, that was the very, we ended on 144, and then the next page has 153 on it? Page 39?
Page 39, we've already voted on, Rep. Cochran.
All right, thank you.
Yep. Okay, if there's no further discussion on Conference Committee Report 213, then, I'm sorry, on Conference Committee Report 215, Representative Ratcliffe.
In support.
Please proceed.
This bill achieves the state's goal of reducing carbon emissions, encouraging sustainable transportation, and promoting community health. This will strengthen communities and help clean up areas like Chinatown. Thank you to the Transportation Chair.
Conference Committee Report number 216, Representative Kahaloa.
Mahalo, Madam Speaker, in strong support.
Please proceed.
Mahalo. Senate Bill 903 reaffirms and carries forward one of the state's most important constitutional kuleana, our duty to Native Hawaiians through stewardship of the public land trust. This measure is grounded in both history and law. The public land trust came into the state's stewardship from the Hawaiian Kingdom without the consent or compensation of the Native Hawaiian people. It carries an ongoing obligation under the Admissions Act and Article 12, Section 6 of our Constitution to advance the betterment of Native Hawaiians. Nearly 7 decades after statehood, we still lack a complete and credible inventory of those lands, a fully verified accounting of revenues, and agreement on how the 20% pro rata share should be calculated. SB 903 moves us forward. It strengthens the Public Land Trust Working Group, requires independent review and reporting, and sets a clear path to resolve longstanding questions around inventory, revenue, and methodology. It also directs the state and the Office of Hawaiian Affairs towards a reconciliation framework grounded in transparency and accountability. And just as important, this bill responds to the reality we are facing today. As we stand here today, we are seeing real and immediate impacts from federal funding cuts to Native Hawaiian programs. Programs that serve our keiki and our kupuna, like Tutu and Me, Hawaiian language medium education, healthcare, and others, are all at risk. Where the federal government is stepping back from its responsibility to Indigenous communities, we will not. When the federal government has failed the Native Hawaiian communities here at home, we will not. We will step forward. This legislature will stand in the gap to support our people, protect these programs, and ensure our keiki and kupuna are not left behind. This bill provides a one-time investment of $55 million to stabilize these programs and carry them through this period of uncertainty. This is not a permanent solution, but a necessary bridge at this time. It gives our communities the ability to sustain critical services while we do the deeper work of fulfilling our constitutional obligations through a long-term framework. This is about responsibility. This is about stability. This is about rebuilding trust between Native Hawaiian communities and this state government. And this is about upholding Hawaii's commitment and kuleana to the betterment of Native Hawaiians. I am proud to say that this House majority is delivering on our commitment to support Native Hawaiian communities this session. We said we would prioritize Native Hawaiian families, strengthen long-term solutions, and ensure resources are reaching our people. And today, we are doing just that by advancing this measure. Mahalo to our Judiciary and Hawaiian Affairs Chair and Vice Chair for guiding this measure, and to our Finance and Ways and Means Chairs for their leadership, and to our Speaker to make this a House priority. This outcome is possible because of collaboration across both chambers and continued consultation with the Native Hawaiian caucuses of these bodies. As Chair of the Native Hawaiian Caucus and Kanaka Maoli, I respectfully ask for your support of SB 903.
Representative Hussey,
Thank you, Madam Speaker. In support.
please proceed.
The previous speaker took all of the good lines. And so what I'm going to say right now is simply that my appreciation to this body for our leadership and vision for this bill, and also to our colleagues on the second floor for their support of this as well. And also to the advocates from the Office of Hawaiian Affairs and throughout the Native Hawaiian community who have insisted for decades that we fulfill this important obligation. So I just want to express my gratitude that we are taking this important step here today. And Imua, mahalo.
Representative Kila,
Mahalo, Madam Speaker, in support.
please proceed.
May I please adopt the words of our Native Hawaiian Caucus Chair as if they were my own,
So ordered.
and the representative from Kalihi as if they were my own.
So ordered.
Madam Speaker, to continue the discussion, I am so happy that this measure is coming before the body today, because in some way, shape, and form, as frustrated as I can be what's happening at the federal level, I think there is some gratitude to be shared, because I think what is happening federally has forced us to act locally. When we live in the state of Hawaii, the Constitution that is enshrined to us is to support Native Hawaiians, both through the Department of Hawaiian Homelands and the Office of Hawaiian Affairs. Under duress, we are answering the call and stepping up to the plate to find a path forward. The Majority Caucus leader talked about programs like Tutu and Me. Madam Speaker, Tutu and Me serves Native Hawaiians and non-Native Hawaiian students alike. The programs that benefit Native Hawaiians often uplift non-Native Hawaiians as well. I always talk about when we uplift our Native Hawaiian communities, we uplift Hawaii as a whole. So programs like this to find a path forward is important now more than ever. And I think locally, no matter what is happening, I'd like to say, and I feel in my heart, that no matter what political party we are in, that it is always a shared effort to support our Native Hawaiian communities. So delivering on that promise through SB 903 in its conference draft form would not be here without the hard work of the Majority Caucus leader, the Judiciary Hawaiian Affairs Chair, and every single member to see this through, and House leadership for continuing to remind us that this legislature will no longer wait to act. Instead, we will act and lead in a path forward to support all of these communities. So for what the next 2 years may bring, I only hope we can continue to prosper and thrive and respond to the needs of our communities. And those are the Kanaka Maoli and our Native Hawaiian folks. Mahalo nui.
Representative Souza.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I rise in strong support of Senate Bill 903, Senate Draft 2, House Draft 2, Conference Draft 1. And mahalo to the Majority Caucus leader for her words in regards to this measure. And just another disclosure. I know that I previously made this disclosure when this bill came before this body initially, but prior to me sharing my remarks, I would like to once again disclose that my brother is the Vice Chair of the Board of Trustees of the Office of Hawaiian Affairs. This measure reflects a continued and necessary effort by this legislature to fulfill the state's longstanding trust obligations under Section 5F of the Hawaii Admission Act of 1959 and Article 7 of the Hawaii State Constitution. At its core, that obligation is clear. The public land trust exists in part for the direct betterment of Native Hawaiians. As a Hawaiian myself, I carry this responsibility in a personal and lived way. It is not abstract or academic. It is rooted in the people, families, and communities that raised me. When Hawaiians thrive, Hawaii thrives. This bill ensures we do not lose sight of that obligation. It strengthens the systems through which we carry out this trust responsibility, recognizing that these duties are ongoing and require consistency, accountability, and follow-through over time. What is held in trust must be managed in a way that reflects its purpose and the people it is meant to serve. At the same time, Senate Bill 903 acknowledges present-day needs in a practical and intentional way, providing support for critical services in education, health, economic development, and community-based initiatives, resources that directly impact families across our state. Specifically, the $55 million appropriation is a one-time transfer from the Carry Forward Trust holding account to the Office of Hawaiian Affairs for fiscal year 2026 to 2027. It is an allocation rather than an ongoing or formula-based payment tied to the Public Land Trust revenue structure. The funds for the use of Native Hawaiian programs and services that address critical short-term needs, specifically in areas such as education, health, economic development, and community-based initiatives, are important. The measure also places a clear restriction on prohibiting the use of these funds for residential or mixed-use development projects or related infrastructure. This measure is especially important now in light of recent federal actions where funding for certain Native Hawaiian programs have been reduced or in some cases eliminated altogether, while other critical supports, including those tied to the Department of Hawaiian Homelands and broader Native Hawaiian serving initiatives, remain uncertain. These are not abstract shifts in funding streams. They are directly impacting housing, health, education, and other essential services for Native Hawaiian families. In this environment, even small disruptions in support compound existing unmet needs across communities. The state's trust responsibilities become even more critical in ensuring stability, continuity, and support for the communities these programs serve. Ultimately, this measure reinforces a straightforward principle. The Public Land Trust carries with it a continuing obligation to ensure the betterment of Native Hawaiians, and that obligation must be carried out faithfully, transparently, and with integrity. For these reasons, I am in strong support of Senate Bill 903, and thank you everyone who was instrumental in moving this measure forward this session. Mahalo.
Representative Hussey, second time.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Still in support. I wanted to add one thing. While we are celebrating the passage of this bill, I do want the record to reflect that what we are currently contemplating as a public land trust is absent of some 130,000 acres which were removed from that public land trust at the time of statehood. Those were lands that were part of the previous Crown and government lands corpus, but were taken by the federal government during the territorial period without the compensation to the people of Hawaii, without payment of back rent, and certainly without payment for the title to those lands. And I do hope that the Public Land Trust Working Group will be able to, in time, fully assess the value of those lands as well. Certainly it is out of scope in our current situation, but I do hope that things will change in subsequent legislatures. And I'll just give you one round number to contemplate, which is that for 130,000 acres, that could be valued, just the back rent on that alone could be in the billions of dollars. I've seen one number of $29 billion for that back rent. And so that would be substantial additional revenue to the state of Hawaii and to the Hawaiian people. Thank you very much.
Representative Martin.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. In support, and I would like to adopt the words of the representative from Kailua Kona, the other Kailua, as if they were my own, and also the most recent words from our representative from Kalihi, and to offer brief comments.
So ordered. Please proceed.
The cuts to programs are really affecting my district. We have a lot of incredibly vibrant programs, many of them actually sponsored by community members who bring so much to the table already from the community, and the federal funding just meets them part way. To have the opportunity for OHA to possibly fill the gap for some of those programs and keep them going is really exciting. And in addition, I just wanted to mention that our Native Hawaiian community is very, very well aware of what is owed them from the Public Land Trust, and are always asking us to do right by them in that. And I'm so glad that we're making a small step in that direction. Thank you.
Representative Shimizu.
In support.
Please proceed.
I'd like the words of the Majority Caucus Leader adopted as my own, except for the part I am Kanaka Maoli.
So ordered. Representative Kehoe Kapoliloi.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. In support,
Please proceed.
I also would like to adopt the words of our Majority Caucus Leader as my own. In addition to that, we heard a number of members speak about kuleana. And this kuleana has been carried by many. And that's what kuleana is. Kuleana is showing up and carrying the load when you're asked to step up. And so really, my mahalo goes to our Majority Caucus Leader, to our Speaker, to our Ways and Means Chair on the Senate side, our Judiciary Chair, because they met that kuleana. And because of that, Senate Bill 903 really transitions abstract ideas and notions into tangible results. $55 million to support so many of our Native Hawaiian programs that will transition individual lives at a time where we're getting asked to step up and provide more kuleana. Vice Speaker, this is a proud and glorious day for our Native Hawaiian community and for the Office of Hawaiian Affairs to meet that challenge and meet that kuleana. Thank you.
So ordered. Representative Morikawa.
Madam Speaker, in support, I would like to adopt the words of the previous speaker, as well as the caucus leader and the representative from Kalihi. Thank you.
Representative Capella.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. In strong support,
please proceed.
May I adopt the words of my Hawaii Island neighbor in South Kona as if they were my own.
So ordered.
And I would also like to thank her for her immense work in moving this issue and this conversation forward, being able to connect all of the stakeholders, the chairs, community members on a tough Native Hawaiian issue is really important. And I am so honored to serve on a body that believes in fighting for what's right.
Representative Cochran.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. And yes, this is a big day, and this is a lot of money. Standing in support.
Please proceed.
I suppose with some reservations, but if I may speak to it.
Are you in support, or are you?
Yeah, I'm in support with reservations.
With reservations.
Yes.
So ordered.
So I mean, this is great. Obviously, this is for me just the start and beginning. $55 million we're going to the hands of OHA, and we have to make sure our state and the people in need of these funds need to make sure that it gets into their hands. So, and I had spoken to a representative just the other evening about these funds, very ecstatic and happy. At the very end of the description of this bill, it states the prohibition of use cannot be for planning, developing, or constructing residential or mixed-use projects or related infrastructure. And so they felt that, this person felt that this wording could be in litigation because, the Kaka'ako Makai project, the OHA has lands on. And I am in touch with people who do not believe in the state, this government. And OHA is sort of an offshoot of this state government. And so this, there is currently recognized on the global, international, European, UN level, there's a sitting actual house of Keoua here in Hawaii. It is respected, it is honored, it is recognized. So personally, I believe this entity ought to be acknowledged and be part of the discussion. When I see the makeup of this working group, it is all state appointed. And these are just some of the glaring, reservations I have in discussion with people who are still never did buy in, they never did buy into the state government of the Pai'aina. So These are just a few points that I want to make, but obviously, yes, needed money, and I'd like to just see that it gets into the proper hands of the Hawaiian people in a good, positive manner. Thank you very much.
Representative Poi Poi.
Thank you, Speaker. In support.
Please proceed.
So many words to adopt. I would like to adopt the words of our Majority Caucus leader, the representative from Kalihi both times, and our Transportation Chair.
So ordered.
I would just also like to echo the sentiment of thanks to our Majority Caucus leader, Hawaiian Caucus Chair, who without her effort, we would not have the bill in front of us today. She, I think, pulled something off that I don't know that anyone else could have in the final days of conference. And it's a huge positive step to, we owe a lot and we have not been meeting our mandate to OHA. And this is a big step toward getting to that place where we can hopefully regularly meet our mandate. I found it really shocking when we started looking into this that we had an account of money that can only be paid to OHA that was collecting money that we were not giving them. So I'm just really proud of this moment and to have been a part of it. Also, thank you to our Judiciary Chair who also helped get this across the finish line, and just very grateful. And this is maybe my favorite bill that we're passing this year. Thank you.
Representative Keela, second time.
Second time support, Madam Speaker.
Please proceed.
Madam Speaker, I also want to acknowledge that I know the Majority Caucus leader works super hard with our Senate counterparts to make sure that this measure passed. So to our Senate colleagues, our Senate co-convener of the Native Hawaiian Caucus, Senate WAM Chair, Senate President, and our Senate Chair on the Hawaiian Affairs Committee, our sincere mahalo to them. And I just want to continue talking about when we are fortifying OHA in Constitution, we are prepping them for one day to be the organization to serve as the holder to prep for a nation-to-nation relationship. So as we continue to know and support our Native Hawaiian communities, let us not forget the intent for the Office of Hawaiian Affairs is to help sustain and thrive a nation-to-nation relationship for the kingdom, whatever path we shall take. So with this money, I'm sure we'll continue to find a path forward for that future nation.
Okay, we're at the top of page 50, Conference Committee Report number 218. Representative Shimizu.
In opposition?
Please proceed.
I feel like we should just go home after that SB 903 passing, but Madam Speaker, I'm in opposition with comments.
Please proceed.
Thank you. I appreciate the legislature's efforts to enhance endangered species protection. However, I have to acknowledge the concerns brought up by the Attorney General. While this bill no longer directly establishes a nonprofit entity, it would recognize a nonprofit organization formed pursuant to Senate Resolution 94 and assigns it a formal statutory role in conservation activities. Despite this revision, significant legal issues remain. Most notably, the bill exempts state funds provided by the Hawaii Conservation Sanctuary from Chapter 42F, and this is a problem. Current law vests control over wildlife sanctuaries, and conservation land acquisition squarely with DLNR. SB 3253 does not clearly state how the recognized nonprofits' activities align with DLNR's statutory authority, raising the possibility of duplicative authority or fragmented management of sensitive conservation resources. In short, While the shift from establishing to recognizing a nonprofit improves the bill's posture under nonprofit law, it still does not resolve the core constitutional funding and governance concerns identified by the Attorney General. Clarifying the DLNR oversight and restoring Chapter 42F safeguards would significantly strengthen the bill's legal footing. Madam Speaker, we should defer this bill because it is premature to pass this ahead of the resolution's working group's conclusive report that is vetted and developed by the Board of Natural Resources, Land Use Commission, and other subject matter experts. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Conference Committee Report number 219. Representative Iwamoto.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I rise in opposition.
Please proceed.
And I just want to agree with the previous speaker that it feels like such a bummer and buzzkill to talk about bonds after the celebration of SB 903. But I rise in opposition because this bill, as I understand, basically allows the state to ratify counties' reliance on bonds. Counties can raise revenue by taxing empty homes. They can raise property taxes on investment properties or property held by REITs or even LLCs that are avoiding conveyance taxes. We should not make way for counties to keep protecting today's wealthiest investors and then doubling down on the cost to build these buildings and doubling the cost of these buildings by adding debt services over the next 20 years, just to assign debt to the next generation. For this reason, I'm opposed to this bill.
Representative Cochran.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I rise with reservations.
So
Thanks.
ordered. Conference Committee Report number 220. Representative Iwamoto.
I rise in support with reservations.
Please proceed.
Thank you. This bill is a companion, I think, with the bill before. This basically puts a question on the ballot that allows the public to participate in our rulemaking process. So while I oppose the question and the issue I just spoke against, I support giving voters the chance to vote on their future indebtedness. Since we do not have a state voter referendum, residents only have an opportunity to directly participate in this decision-making process through these ballot votes on the constitutional amendment. If we pass bills like this, I support voters and residents having more say in government, so I support sending voters as many questions for them to consider. My only reservation is the subject matter. Thank you.
Conference Committee Report number 223. 226. Representative Iwamoto.
Reservations.
So ordered. Representative Cochran.
Same request.
So ordered. Report number 228. 230. 231. Representative Iwamoto.
Reservations.
So ordered. Report number 232. Representative Reyes-Oda.
With reservations.
So ordered. Representative Shimizu.
No vote.
So ordered. Representative Cochran.
I'm sorry, Madam Speaker. When you get a chance, back to 228.
Okay, let's finish up on 232. Representative Poipoi.
In opposition and permission to enter comments.
Please proceed, or so ordered.
Thank you.
Representative Souza.
Thank you, Madam Speaker, with reservations.
So ordered. Okay, if there's no further discussion on Conference Committee Report number 232, we'll go back to Conference Committee Report 228.
Thank you.
Representative Cochran.
Yes, thank you, Madam Speaker. With reservations on this.
So
Thank
ordered.
Sorry, and to enter written comments.
So ordered.
Thank you.
Okay, members, back to Conference Committee Report number 233. 236. Recess, subject to the call of the chair. Will the House come to order? Representative Morikawa for the vote.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. On the measures before us, all majority members vote aye with the exception of the following. On page 46, CCR number 194-26, SB number 2057, SD2, HD2, CD1, Rep. Kong votes no. On CCR number 197-26, HB number 2592, HD2, SD2, CD1, the following vote no. Garrett, Iwamoto, Peruso, Poi Poi. CCR number 198-26, SP number 3157, HD2, CD1, Rep. Amato votes no. On page 47, CCR number 202-26, SP number 2580, SD2, HD1, CD1, Rep. Lowen votes no. CCR number 203-26, SP number 2074, SD1, HD3, CD1, Rep. Poi Poi votes no. On page 48, CCR number 208-26, SP number 2125, SD1, HD2, CD1, following vote no. Garrett, Iwamoto, Peruso. CCR number 210-26, SP number 2367, SD2, HD2, CD1, Rep. Iwamoto votes no. CCR number 211-26, SP number 2599, SD2, HD3, CD1, Rep. Iwamoto votes no. Page 49, CCR number 215-26, SP number 3029, SD1, HD2, CD1, Rep. Olds votes no. Page 50, CCR number 219-26, SP number 3218, SD2, HD2, CD1, Rep. Iwamoto votes no. Page 51, CCR number 226-26, SP number 2907, SD1, HD3, CD1, the following vote no. Bellotti, Peruso, Poi Poi. Page 52, CCR number 231-26, SP number 2543, SD2, HD2, CD1, Rep. The following vote no. Rep. Hartsfield, Cush. CCR number 232-26, SP number 2694, SD2, HD2, CD1, the following vote no. Amato, Bellotti, Randanetti, Iwamoto, Capella, Leloy, Lowen, Peruso, Poi Poi, Tam.
Representative Garcia.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. On the measures before us, all minority members vote aye with the exception of the following. On page 46, CCR 194-26, Senate Bill 2057, SD2, HD2, CD1, Representatives Alcos, Cochran, Garcia, Gideon, Matsumoto, Muraoka, Shimizu, and Perrick vote no. On CCR 197-26, House Bill 2592, HD2, SD2, CD1, Representatives Cochran, Perrick, and Souza vote no. On CCR 198-26, Senate Bill 3157, HD2, CD1, Representatives Cochran, Garcia, Gideon, Matsumoto, Muraoka vote no. On page 47, CCR 199-26, Senate Bill 2861, SD2, HD2, CD1. Representatives Cochran and Garcia vote no. On CCR 202-26, Senate Bill 2580, SD2, HD1, CD1. Representative Cochran votes no. On CCR 203-26, Senate Bill 2074, SD1, HD3, CD1. Representative Reyes Oda votes no. On page 48, CCR 210-26, Senate Bill 2367, SD2, HD2, CD1. Representative Perrick votes no. CCR 211-26, Senate Bill 2599, SD2, HD3, CD1. Representatives Alcos and Perrick vote no. On page 49, CCR 212-26, Senate Bill 3007, SD2, HD1, CD1. Representatives Alcos, Cochran, Garcia, Matsumoto, Muraoka, Reyes Oda, and Perrick vote no. On CCR 215-26, Senate Bill 3029, SD1, HD2, CD1. Representatives Garcia and Shimizu vote no. On page 50, CCR 218-26, Senate Bill 3253, SD2, HD1, CD1. Representatives Alcos, Cochran, Garcia, Gideon, Matsumoto, Muraoka, Shimizu, and Perrick vote no. On page 51, CCR 226-26, Senate Bill 2907, SD1, HD3, CD1. Representative Perrick votes no. On CCR 230-26, Senate Bill 2268, SD2, HD1, CD1. Representatives Alcos and Perrick vote no. On page 52, CCR 231-26, Senate Bill 2543, SD2, HD2, CD1. Representatives Garcia and Perrick vote no. And on CCR 232-26, Senate Bill 2694, SD2, HD2, CD1. Representatives Cochran, Garcia, Gideon, Shimizu, and Perrick vote no.
Members, have all votes been cast? Representative Bellotti.
Madam Speaker, can I register a no vote on Conference Committee Report number 197-26 on page 46, House Bill 2592, Senate Conference Draft 1, as well as Conference Committee Report number 2.
Hold on, wait. No vote for Representative Bellotti on Conference Committee Report number 197. Is that correct? That's correct. Okay, and then what's the next one?
A no vote on Conference Committee Report number 208-26, Senate Bill 2125, CD1 on page 48.
So a no vote for Representative Bellotti on Conference Committee Report number 208.
And I believe I heard this, but just to make sure, on Conference Committee Report number 232-26, Senate Bill 2694, CD1 on page 52.
And on Conference Committee Report number 232, no vote for Representative Bellotti. Members, have all votes been cast? With the exception of the measures attached to Conference Committee Reports numbers 196-26 and 217-26, said bills pass final reading. Okay, members, we're now going to go back to page 30 and Conference Committee Report number 80-26. Representative Kahaloa.
Madam Speaker, I move to recommit Conference Committee Report number 80-26 and the attached proposed conference draft to Conference Committee.
Representative Morikawa.
Madam Speaker, I second the motion.
Any discussion? Representative Garcia.
In support of the recommittal.
Please proceed.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I think the bill, as it made its way through the legislature, was a good bill originally regarding testing strips of drugs. It turned into something else during conference, so the move to recommit is a good move. In support.
Okay, members, we'll be taking a voice vote. All those in favor say aye. All those opposed say no. The motion is carried. Okay, members, we will turn to your digital action sheets. By clicking on the Action Sheet tab on the top middle of your screen, we will be taking up two motions. One, to suspend the rules to reconsider our previous action and disagreeing to the Senate amendments, and one to reconsider our previous action and give notice of the intent to agree. Representative Kahaloa for the motion to suspend the rules to reconsider previous action.
Madam Speaker, I move to suspend the rules of the House to reconsider action previously taken in disagreeing to amendments made by the Senate to certain House bills.
Representative Morikawa.
Madam Speaker, I second the motion.
Any questions? All those in favor say aye. All those opposed say no. The motion is carried. Representative Kahaloa for the motion to reconsider.
Madam Speaker, I move to reconsider action previously taken in disagreeing to the amendments made by the Senate and to give notice of the intent to agree to the amendments to the following House bills as referenced on your digital action sheets. House Bill number 1860, House Draft 2, House Bill number 2250, House Draft 2.
Representative Morikawa.
Madam Speaker, I second the motion.
Any discussion? All those in favor say aye. All those opposed say no. The motion is carried. Members, these measures will appear on Friday's order of the day for agree and final reading. Members, please reference your digital action sheets once more. We'll be going over House concurrent resolutions, which are after the House bills, so please scroll to the bottom. We'll be giving one-day notice for the following measures. These measures will be up for agreement to the Senate amendments and adoption on Friday. HCR number 18, Senate Draft 1. HCR number 32, Senate Draft 1. HCR number 33, Senate Draft 1. HCR number 53, Senate Draft 1. HCR number 98, House Draft 1, Senate Draft 1. HCR number 105, House Draft 1, Senate Draft 1. HCR number 122, Senate Draft 1. HCR number 173, Senate Draft 1. And finally, HCR number 179, House Draft 1, Senate Draft 1. Okay, we're on item number 6, announcements. Members, are there any announcements? Representative Kila.
Just briefly, Madam Speaker, I really want to thank the House and Senate for allowing us to celebrate the inaugural Laulau Day celebrations, and to our many partners who helped make this year a success. Look forward to many more Laulau Days in the future. Mahalo.
Okay, Representative Matsuyoshi.
Sorry, I just wanted to remind everyone that the blood drive is tomorrow. We still have maybe 10 open slots. I think we only have about 5 people from the entire Senate. So if the Senate's listening, please participate too. The House has about 15 though, so we can also do better. Thank you.
Representative Morikawa.
Madam Speaker, I move that this House stand adjourned until 10 o'clock a.m. Friday.
Representative Garcia.
Madam Speaker, I second the motion.
All those in favor say aye. All those opposed say no. The motion is carried. The House stands adjourned until 10 a.m. Friday.